Just trying to think if I'm forgetting anything. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, 11 p.m., February 16th, 2024. Today we're playing the third and final case in the third suspects box, Adele and Neville, investigative reporters. I apologize for the late start. I was having a discussion about high and low and my case, and time just got away from me. When I looked up, it was 11 p.m. All right, but it seems like we've got things well in hand. A couple minutes late, not a big deal. Let me check in with the chat. YouTube says 15 concurrent viewers, 4 likes. As a reminder, I purchased the games we play on this channel myself. So if you want to see more unbiased content like this, I hope you'll subscribe to the channel and give this video a thumbs up. What should we talk about? Anything to catch up on before we start? I did see that 7th Citadel, the follow-up to the 7th Continent, has started arriving. And I saw one playthrough up on YouTube by a guy I like, a guy who does playthroughs that I enjoy watching, a solo guy, and his channel is Ganje something playthroughs. And he's got good technology set up, and he doesn't, his conversation is good. So you might want to check that out if you're curious about 7th Citadel. Perhaps I'll try playing through it on the channel at some point. It's not really the kind of game that I normally play through on the channel, but, or at least solo, but we'll see. The other thing to mention is that on Sunday, we'll be playing the third letter of Dear Holmes, the Yuletide Cipher. That's the case we're in the middle of. The third letter is the final one before the solution. And something kind of exciting happened at last week's stream. We spent an hour or an hour and a half talking about the second letter. We still didn't understand the cipher, but we spent some time theorizing about it and working out some possible schemes or constraints, talking about what it might look like. And then I signed off. And as I was signing off, I went to the title screen signing off, and I saw in the comment that someone had cracked it right at the last minute. And it turned out to be solved using an approach that I proposed in the middle of the stream, but sort of walked off of. So it was kind of an exciting moment. And then we had another half hour decoding some of the messages. It's turned out to be an interesting case with some mysteries still to be solved. So you still have time to catch up on that stream so that you can join us on Sunday for the third and final one. The other thing to say is that my high and low case is ready to be play tested. It's gone through a couple of iterations, including a major change in my theory of how the end of shift briefings should be done. So I am looking for people to play test it purely digitally. I don't think you should try to print out anything on it. But if you are interested in that, you could stop by the Discord for this channel. There's a link on the About page of the YouTube for that. Okay, so our third case here. The first 2 cases in the box have been some of my favorite of the entire Suspect series. Case 2 was my favorite of the, I guess, 8 we've played so far. And it was the first time that we got a perfect score on a Suspects case, which is kind of exciting. Now remember that the cases go from easy to medium to hard in the box. And so we're up to this third case, The Dream of Kathmandu, written by an author, Paul Halter. I'm told that Paul Halter may be an accomplished mystery novel writer. Am I right about that? And this is going to be the hardest of the cases, so it may take the whole group here to solve it. Okay, so let us read. Well, let's take a look at this case. 1969, so set a little bit further in the future. Difficulty level hard. 51 clue cards. And then a couple documents. And it wants the box at hand. Ah, that's right. Box at hand. Now, you might ask, why does this case say keep the box at hand? Well, I noticed before I even saw that there are some numbers here. You could see, I noticed these. So it feels like that's going to come into play in some interesting way. Jonathan Warner said, yeah, there is a Paul Halter who writes impossible crime mystery short stories and novels. So that may be who we're dealing with. Okay, let's get our documents out for this third case. Anything else going on in the chat? Anyone up to anything interesting they want to talk about? All right, box is nearby. Solution off to the side. There's our cards. All right, so anything else we should talk about? Any projects anyone is up to? I went and saw 2 movies with some friends the other day. We saw Madam Web and Argyle. I don't go to movies in the theater because they're good movies. I go to hang out with friends and eat snacks. And Madam Web was particularly bad. Argyle, I expected to be the worst movie I've ever seen in my life, and it turned out it was fine. I mean, with those expectations, it exceeded them. It was not the worst movie I ever saw. It wasn't a good movie, but it was fine. All right, let's see what else. James says hello. Jonathan Warner. Jorg Anderson says, I got hold of the 4 original crime dossiers from Wheatley and Links from 1936 to 39. Enjoyed reading here with the clues, but heard that one is the least good of them. Well, we've played all the Wheatley. Would we say here with the clues was the least of them? Yes, probably so. What was our favorite of the Wheatley books? Our favorite of the Wheatley books might have been the second one. I'm trying to remember it wasn't Murder Off Miami, the first. It may have been the second one, Robert Prentice was our favorite, although that's a weird one. But my very favorite of the series are the American ripoffs of the Wheatley books. So you might want to check out those. You can see my reviews of all of them, spoiler-free reviews on the channel, which is a good time to remind you that after we finish playing this box, I will record a spoiler-free review of this suspect box, the same way I did of the first 2. And this is one of these games that really benefits from hearing the opinions of others. So I really am curious to hear what you think of these cases at the end, your favorite parts, least favorite parts, and particularly if you've joined me for the playthroughs of the first 2 boxes, where this box would rank and where these cases would rank. Having said that, I think we're caught up. Let us start reading. Okay, this is the Candy Love. We already did this case. And we did Welcome to Mysteria Lane. Okay, so we don't need those. And we don't need the instructions anymore. Chapter 3, The Dream of Kathmandu, or Kathmandu. All right, so what have we got here? We've got some shadows of a hands doing weird things. Key, coins, stamps, some prayer beads, and a photo of someone, a record, ashtray. But these shadowy hands seem like the most interesting detail. Okay, let's read our introduction here. Feels like this might be a tiny bit out of focus. Can I fix that? I might be asking for trouble. I'll fix it on the next break. The Dream of Kathmandu, Chapter 3, Introduction. Afternoon of November 12th, 1969, Kathmandu, Nepal. So, Adele, do you still think we should have stayed at a hotel that has more of the city's authentic color? Adele hated when Neville got that smug look on his face, but he was right, for once. If he hadn't insisted that they stay at the luxurious Royal Hotel, they would never have been in such a good position to investigate the murder that had taken place the day before, just a few doors down from theirs. Adele could hardly believe what she was reading in the afternoon edition of the local paper. Last night, just after 3 a.m., a young dropout named Shubu Shamro had a strange and terrifying dream. He saw his friend Etienne Vernes being murdered by a shadowy figure with multiple arms, while he played the sitar in his room at the Royal Hotel. His vision was strikingly specific. The goddess Kali attacked Etienne, wielding a sacrificial knife in each of her 4 hands. Etienne Vernes then collapsed onto his bed, lying on a thick red rug on the floor, next to his sitar, a heavy black marble ashtray, and a record player that had just stopped playing the haunting melody of Aka Raga by Shocking Blue Shubu's moaning of Aka Raga by Shocking Blue. Shubu's moaning awakened Veronique Dupont and Brigitte Levoy, 2 friends staying in rooms on the same floor. Shubu Shamrel told them of his dream, and even though the young man had had prophetic visions in the past, the 3 decided to wait. It should be stated that the establishment they are staying in, the Shiva House, a rundown guest house just off Freak Street, is located at about half an hour's walk from the Royal Hotel. It wasn't until the next day that they took a taxi to the Royal Hotel, sure that they would find Etienne Vernes in perfect health. But he didn't answer. With the help of Lionel LeBlanc, the Royal Hotel's receptionist, they opened Etienne Vernes' room and discovered his lifeless body. He appeared to have been killed in circumstances similar to those described by Shubu. Eyewitness accounts confirm that certain elements of his vision. Guests complained about loud music around 3 in the morning, the same song heard by Shubu Shamrel in his dream. And the owner of the Himalaya bar, just a few doors down from the hotel, claims to have even seen a shadow slipping out from his hotel by the fire escape. He claims that this shadow, which either had lots of hair or was wearing a headdress, had 4 arms. In other words, the goddess Kali herself came to saw death at the Royal Hotel, At this time, we have no information regarding the investigation, but we are certain that Commissioner Kim, who is in charge of the case, will make a point of untangling this unbelievable and dramatic imbroglio. Closing the newspaper, Adele turned to Neville. I know what you're going to tell me. We're here to do a report on the hippie movement in Kathmandu. That's true. But when a mystery like this falls right into our lap, it would be a crime not to investigate it, wouldn't it? Neville knew that when his wife gets the scent of a case, nothing can distract her from it, and personally, he also found this story most intriguing. Neville managed to convince Adele not to rush straight into things as usual, and instead try to work with the local police first. That is how, 2 hours later, Adele and Neville found themselves in the office of Commissioner Kim, a man in his 30s with an honest demeanor and a sharp mind. He quickly realized that it is in his best interest to let Adele and Neville lead their own investigation. A photographer and a journalist, and Americans to boot, as if the dealing with all these Westerners who flock here in droves to find themselves wasn't enough to keep me busy. Well, so be it. Neither I nor the Kingdom of Nepal will stop you from doing your job, especially since the victim, Etienne Vernes, was a Westerner. Maybe it will be easier for you to understand him better. A man's death is always a tragedy, but you will most likely discover that Etienne Vernes was perhaps a rather unsavory character. He and his friend, Mr. Shamrel, have a rap sheet with us. Commissioner Kim warned Adele and Neville. I want to be clear about one thing. This has got to be win-win for both sides. I'll let you investigate, and I'll even let you access my archives. But in exchange, you will share even the slightest clue that you find. Now, without turning it over, place card 39 in view next to your playing area. You may read it after answering the questions for the first time. So we've got a new mechanic. This is the second time we've seen a new mechanic in this game. We saw a time mechanic that told us we could had to remember cards. Now we're getting this thing. So it's saying we're taking card 39 and it's got something on the back. Okay, there's card 39. Read this immediately after drawing your 25th clue and answering the questions once. So this is information we get after answering the questions after 25 cards. I don't know why it doesn't just tell you. Okay, I don't know. There's no point in us bringing it out now. It could just tell us to do it here, but okay. Here are the questions we have to. Your aim is to unscramble what has happened. We need to find out who killed Etienne Vernes. What is the motive for the crime? And how do you explain the mystery of Shubu's vision? And how did the murderer do it? It's possible that this is going to give us different questions. I really wonder if that's the thing. If this is going to be the first time that the questions change. Okay. And then it says take document A and draw card 1. All right, so we've got documents. So we've got 2 documents, but we're only supposed to access document A at the beginning, I guess. All right, well, let's do that before we start talking about what we've read so far. So here's document A. Here we are, the police station archives. We can read some reports, check out some criminal histories. We can visit the Royal Hotel and Etienne Verne's suite. And then we can talk to the people in the hotel we're at, the Shiva Hotel. And then document B says, don't read until you're instructed. Okay, so we haven't discovered that yet. And then card 1, which is Officer Kim, we're told to draw. Okay, so that's what's available to us now. I guess we're going to read this as our first thing. Shall we go over our case again? Okay, let's go over our case. Maybe we'll make some notes. Okay, 3 a.m. we get Shubu Shamrel. 3 a.m. he has a vision, a dream. And then he's got details of the dream. He sees his friend murdered by someone with multiple arms who they say reminds them of the goddess playing the sitar at the Royal Hotel. So murdered, this was his dream, was murdered by the four-handed god playing sitar, and the music that was playing was the goddess Kali, the four-armed goddess Kali, and at the Royal Hotel. Okay, and there, the music that was playing was what? Raga. By Shocking Blue. Okay. And then he was having this dream. His dream and moaning woke up 2 more friends who were nearby. Veronique Dupont and Bridget Lavoie. Okay, Veronique and Brigitte. Oh boy. Okay, those are the friends. So his screaming woke them up. They're staying on the same floor. He tells them about his dream. He has had prophetic visions in the past, but they don't say anything. They're all staying at the Shiva house, a half hour's walk from the Royal Hotel. So in the morning they walk over to their friend's hotel. They ask the receptionist to open his door, and he's dead. And he's dead in circumstances that seem to match the dream. Loud music around 3, the same song he dreamt. And a witness saw a shadow slipping out with 4 arms. So it's a shadow of the 4 arms. Okay, so that's our thing. That's our setup. A dream about someone's murder that comes true a half hour away. Then we go meet the cop who's in charge, Detective Kim. And no extra information except that he says the victim, who is Etienne Verns, let's write that out. Etienne Verns, who's our victim, is a Westerner. And what else do we know him? He was unsavory, and he has a crime sheet, and so does Shubu. Crime history. Okay. Anything else I missed there? And so that if we just look at this document, we can look at the criminal record of Etienne Verns and the criminal record of Shubu Shamrao. And then we can look at 3 reports. When the police arrived at the crime scene, witness statements, and personal effects. And then looks like maybe the medical examiner's initial findings. Let's just take a look at these pictures before we continue. So there's Shubu Shamrao. There's the 2 people. So this is the Shiva house. He had the dream that woke everyone up, woke his friends up, Veronique and Brigitte. And then our scene of the crime, he's got a full suite. Etienne Verns has a full suite. Found murdered on the rug. What are the details of how he was found? I guess we're going to read the scene of the crime in a moment here, but lifeless body, circumstances. Where was the part about the rug? Claims that the shadow either had lots of hair or headdress, had 4 arms. I think we should write that down. That feels like a detail that would be easy to miss. I'm going to make a card for what we'll call Goddess Kali. Forearms, shadow, and then headdress or lots of hair. They all have long hair though. And then fire escape. And then this witness who sees this is the Himalaya bar owner. So that sounds like an important person to talk to. Who killed? What's the motive? What's going on with the vision? And how did they do it? Okay. Let's see. Looks like they're hippies. John says, should we take a quick break before starting the case? Maybe Kali was also a hippie. James says, first thing I'd like to establish is time of death. Did the vision really take place at the same time as the murder? KM Bose says, time of death seems pretty critical. All right, well, let's read our first card here that we were told to draw to start the case, and then we'll do as Jonathan suggests and take a break. So we're just going to talk to Bahra Kim, the Nepalese police chief here. They've just barely started the investigation. This morning, we briefly interviewed the main witnesses, the guests staying in the rooms near the scene of the crime and the area around the Royal Hotel. We've dealt with Etienne Varens and his friend Shubu Shamrel before, which is never a good sign. For the case at hand, I've asked Veronique Dupont, Brigitte Lavoie, Lionel LeBlanc, and Shubu Chamrel to come in for questioning. They should be here later this afternoon. You can interview them before I do and let them know that you have my permission. I have no problem with that. And then we could ask him, hey, do you believe about this vision thing, if we wanted to? This is weird. They're coming in for questioning. We could interview them on our own before they come in. So one of the things we're thinking about strategically is what's going to happen here. Is that going to be things triggered? Do we want to do stuff before that happens? Okay, well, why don't we take our first break here before we jump into this case? As a reminder, you can only experience these stories once. So if you think this seems like a game, a box that you want to play on your own, you could stop watching here. Nothing's been spoiled. Go buy the box yourself, play through it, then come back, watch our playthrough afterwards. Otherwise, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back playing the third case in Suspects Box 3, Dream of Kathmandu. We're in Nepal, and the channel has been discussing some theories about who they're suspicious of. Everyone is suspicious of the person who had the dream, the vision, and I agree, for sure, that's something to be suspicious about. But it is an interesting question regarding what is the motive. if you've set yourself up with an alibi that you're in this other hotel with your friends, why would you have a dream that was the way he really died? That would immediately make you a person of interest and a suspect. It could be the old, it could be the thing that comes up occasionally in these kinds of cases where he thought it was a dream, but it was really a hazy memory from some drug-addled experience. So maybe he was actually there. We've seen how this four-armed person thing is sometimes two people, and their shadows casting four arms to people. So is it these two girls who are together looking like Kali? The fact that the same song was playing at 3 a.m., if that's true, does seem like too big a coincidence. So something is going on. Okay, now, it is normal for us to start at the scene of the crime while the scene of the crime is fresh before someone messes it up. And I do think that makes sense. So I guess we want the report from the arrival at the crime scene, or we could go there ourselves. It's nice that we have two places. We could either get the report of the police when they first arrived, or we could go there ourselves. And notice we also have this place in the vicinity. This might include the witness who saw someone leaving from the scene of the crime. Let's see. The chat is trying to get my attention. Let's see. Do you want to get out your counter to keep track of cards? Yes, thank you. Let me get out my counter. Good idea. All right, so we've got our first card that it forced us to take. This one here. This one doesn't count against us. Okay, let's put that up there. Or maybe is it better down here? I'll put it up here for now. Okay, so let's either go to the scene of the crime ourselves. I guess we should go to the scene of the crime ourselves. Get our fresh eyes on it. The report won't change. This is something that when we role play these games, going to the scene of the crime or talking to witnesses while their memories are fresh, while the scene is still fresh, is something we've been talking about, how to integrate properly into high and low. Anna wants to count down, not up. Okay, fine, we can count down. So this is our first 10. Now we've got 9 left. You want to do it that way. Let's just remember to always go. I'm not going to do. I'm going to go our normal way because otherwise this seems like it's more flexible. I'm going to do it this way and not get confused. Although I see your point. Okay, so what was the other thing I wanted to point out, though? Now you've made me forget. No, I forgot. Shouldn't have let myself get distracted. Something about scene of the crime. Kind of felt important. Well, we'll worry about it later. Okay, so let's go ourselves to the scene of the crime. Let's see what we can see ourselves with our own eyes. Card 13. And we'll just advance things. This is our second card. Okay, what do we see here? Blood in on his bed. There's the sitar on the rug. Got an ashtray with a cigarette in it, some brochures. There's the record player. Dresser with clothing looks open for some reason. There's our goddess Kali with 4 arms on top of his bed. Any sign of multiple people being in the room? We don't have multiple glasses. We only have 1 cigarette standing here, so not really. Okay. This is a little weird. These 2 pillows. Does this suggest one was used to put over his face? It's a little odd. Okay. So here's the scene of the crime. We could examine the magazine on the counter or open up his wardrobe. It is... No, we don't have a picture of him. We don't know anything about him. Maybe we should go into the wardrobe. Maybe we'll get a better picture of him. What kind of person he was, or blood in the wardrobe would tell us perhaps that the murderer went into the wardrobe. The magazine, I gotta have better evidence, better reason to open up the magazine. So yeah, let's do this. 33. Okay, so there's our card 33. I'm going to advance the counter. It would be interesting if something changed between pictures. That would be important for us to look at, but it doesn't seem so. Okay, here's our card 33. A safe. A safe is hidden behind a pile of clothes in the wardrobe. Which code could Etienne Varens have possibly chosen? When you think you've found the right code, draw card 9. Well, that's interesting. When you think you have found the right code, draw card 9. I wonder how that's going to work. Okay. Any sign that someone was trying to get into it? Possibly. Possibly these are signs of someone scraping, trying to get in. It's a rotary dial. You might expect 3 two-digit numbers. And does this mean that the people who broke in here tried to get access to it? All right, well, let's organize our cards a little bit. All right, so it would be too easy for him to use some information here for his code. Perry says, could the code be in the magazine? That seems like too big a stretch. I think for now, I mean, it does seem like probably the magazine's going to be useful to us, but I feel like in a real investigation, it wouldn't be very low priority. If you really, I remember what I was going to say. All right, I'm not going to look at the channel because the Anna's going to distract me. What I was going to say, now why was I going to say it though? Yes, okay, it's all come back to me now. Okay, so we were saying we should go to the crime scene first while it's fresh before it gets disturbed. And it reminded me of one of my favorite movies of the last couple of years to recommend, which is a movie on Netflix called Reptile. I've seen it half dozen times now. I can't believe the low ratings it's getting. I think it's an amazing movie. Loved it. Love watching every scene. If you haven't seen it, please do see it and let me know what you think. All right. There's a cool scene when he gets to the crime scene. Okay. The group really wants to look at this magazine. All right, fine. Examine the magazine. Here we go. 22. All right. So when we put the card down on the table, that's when we advance our clock. All right. Etienne was obsessed with Shocking Blue. Yes, and their song Akaraga, it's like an obsession. The Dutch band Shocking Blue needs no introduction. Their song Venus, released in July 1969, quickly made its way around the globe. I believe this is a real band called Shocking Blue. I don't know their music, though. A well-deserved success with the singer's androgynous voice, its catchy rhythm, the guitarist's brilliant riffs, and its new sound as if it had come from another planet. But with Akaraga, Shocking Blue proves that they're no one-hit wonder. Akaraga is one of the songs on their first album, At Home, released at the end of September 1969, following hot on the heels of Venus. This instrumental song is played on the sitar. It would be easy to imagine that the piece was written in Kathmandu, with its joyous blend of the new sounds of Western pop with ancestral melodies of mysterious Nepal. Well, 4 people in the band Shocking Blue, and 4 people at the core of our case. Etienne, Shubu, and 2 other women. Shocking Blue. Well, if he's obsessed, let's think about it for a second. If he's obsessed with this band, might that be a clue to what he would use as his safe code? Shocking Blue, July 1969, September 1969. So if you had to guess what code he would use, you might guess it's related to this band, Shocking Blue. So if it was 2 double-digit numbers, maybe 1969. Seems like too big of a risk, though. Can we talk to the hotel manager, see if it's a hotel safe in the room and if he has a way to open it? That sounds a little realistic. James says, yeah, it's a real band and a real song. Okay. So maybe you could listen to it during the break. I mean, talking to the hotel manager is not a crazy idea. For 2 reasons. First of all, the receptionist could know some information, but also remember, he's the one that opened the room for them. So he might have some insight into how these 3 showed up, convinced them to open the room and what he saw. So this is not a bad idea. Let me remind you, though, that we're on a time clock to answer these questions. Who killed him? What was the motive? And how we explain the vision. So you could argue that we already understand, we can already guess that the safe was related to the motive and we should be focusing our efforts elsewhere. Anna says, was our victim playing the sitar while listening to the song? What are we told between the vision and what was discovered? What we're told in the vision that he was killed while playing the sitar. On the other hand, the scene of the crime doesn't show any blood near the sitar, but rather in the bed. The sitar looks like it's put away, so to speak. So in that sense, the vision seems in conflict with the scene. However, let's see. His vision was strikingly specific. He says the goddess Kali attacked wielding a sacrificial knife in each of her 4 hands. Then he collapsed onto his bed, lying on a thick red rug on the floor next to his sitar, a heavy black marble ashtray, and a record player. So is the vision saying that there was a big black ashtray on this rug, but we don't see that? I guess the vision does say he was stabbed with 4 knives and then collapsed on his bed. That seems odd. That really doesn't seem like that's what's happened here. The sitar has been laid down properly. There's no ashtray on the rug. Vern's collapsed onto his bed, and then... This is a weird, like a run-on sentence here. Etienne Verns then collapsed onto his bed. Lying on a thick red rug on the floor next to his sitar, a heavy black marble ashtray. Confirms certain elements. Okay, I'm going to write down at the scene of the crime, though, also, where is his vision? 4-handed with 4 knives. 1 in each hand. Okay. All right. Motives. For motives, it seems like maybe the criminal reports would be useful. Personal effects. They may have collected stuff from the scene of the crime. And the receptionist would be good to talk to. All right, let's talk to the receptionist. See if he describes a different scene. He was one of the first people to arrive at the scene. So let's talk to him. And then I think maybe the criminal reports. Although if we could get into the safe in the first tranche of clues, that might give us an insight. Okay, so I'm moving the is it better down here? Then you can see it at least when it's on this thing. Okay. Lionel LeBlanc at the Royal Hotel. Lionel LeBlanc is wary but agrees to answer your questions. You'll try not to give the hotel too much bad press in your article, won't you? I've been working here for 5 years, and I love it as much as I did on the day I started. I meet people. I meet the most unique and interesting people here. Etienne was definitely one of them. I would say he was almost part of the scenery, and with his quiet charm, he had turned the hotel into his office and saw many clients here. Clients, huh? Okay. Etienne Verns. Whether it was music, women, or his home, Etienne appreciated the finer things. Veronique Dupont, a seemingly naive girl who desperately clung to Etienne. Shubu Shamrel, quite frankly, he's a parasite. I don't see why Etienne liked to hang around with him. Brigitte Lavoie, she says she left her home and career behind to find enlightenment in Kathmandu. What a hippie cliche. Okay, we can ask him what he saw on the night of the murder, and what do you know about his professional activities? Well, he's doing business out of the hotel, Etienne, and he likes the finer things, and he's living it up in a full suite. And this guy seems to know something about it because he says he entertained people in his office, saw many clients. He might be the most reliable person to get information about his professional activities. So I feel like maybe this 50 is a good one. I guess night of the murder seems like, well, this is absolutely essential, right? He may have seen someone come into the hotel. The only thing you could argue is that maybe we'd get all this information and more from the witness statements. Is that a more efficient way to get information about what he saw? I feel like we should do both of these. All right. I just worry that this is redundant. All right, I'm going to ask him what he saw on the night of the murder first. This feels like he could have seen something important. The others were in a different hotel dreaming. This guy was on duty at the place where this guy got killed. Okay, so there's another. You could say it was a troubled night. Around 3 a.m., a guest came to complain that someone was playing music upstairs. You must have heard it, right? Oh, that's right. That's surely why I had such a bad night. He was playing loud, but at 1 a.m. he stopped and he started again at 3 a.m., but this time it was a record. Right. Still, I immediately thought that Etienne was playing Akaraga on the sitar. I was going to ask him to stop. It was 3 a.m. after all. On the way up the stairs, I ran into another disgruntled guest who had seen a strange hairy shadow leaving the premises via the fire escape. Then the music stopped, so I decided to leave it at that. The incident was over. Back at the front desk, I looked out the window and saw a shadow going up the street with a rather strange haircut or hat. But I was too tired to really care. I went back to bed. A little later, the phone rang, but I didn't have the energy to pick it up. I need to understand what's happening here. Okay. So Adele and Neville are at the Royal Hotel where the murder happened, not at this hotel. They're in this Royal Hotel. So we're talking to him. He says a guest came to complain someone was playing music at 3 a.m. And then Neville remembers, oh yeah, that's why I didn't get a good night's sleep. He was playing, stopped at 1, and then the record kicked in at 3. So if we're doing our timeline, 1 a.m., Etienne stopped his sitar playing, and then 3 a.m., the record came on. Is that because someone was covering up noise? Is that what we're hearing? Or is it because someone's trying to set up a timeline or something? Like trying to prove that he was still alive by 3 a.m. because otherwise, who played the record player? So this might be an attempt to establish timeline. Okay. I was going to ask him to stop. It was 3 a.m. He goes up the stairs. So someone comes to complain. I wonder if this is not on purpose. Could someone have set up the record player to get someone to go into that room? So you start it playing, you come downstairs, you say, hey, go up into that room. So we're not told who that was that complained, but he heads up, this guy. And then he finds another guest who claims to have seen someone leaving via the fire escape. Then the record ended, music stopped, so he said, forget about it. He goes back to his front desk and he sees that this statement about someone leaving is true because he sees a shadow going up the street with a strange haircut or hat. Then he goes back to bed. Then the phone rang. Strange. Okay. That was what about the night of the murder. Now we could ask if he knows about Vern's professional activities. I'm sort of curious what his business was. I feel like we got to do this. 50. It'll point us towards someone. Okay, so there's our 7th card. What do you know about his business activities? Not much, actually. I knew he was buying and selling gems or something like that. He had a safe installed in his wardrobe behind a pile of laundry. I imagine that was where he kept the gems. He would sometimes use one of our private lounges to meet with clients, often foreigners who rarely returned to the hotel. Just the day before yesterday, he met with a Spanish couple. The man spoke in a loud voice and looked unhappy with his conversation with Etienne. They almost got into a fight. But usually it goes smoothly and nobody at the hotel even notices. Okay, so gems. Buying and selling gems. And we've got our first mention of a possible suspect. A Spanish couple that is disgruntled. Let's make a card for this Spanish couple. Gems, huh? And gems in the safe. Well, okay, so we have our first set of motives. The first motive is traditional robbery. He's got very valuable gems in the safe. You trying to steal the gems, you have to kill him to get them. All right. Now the criminal records for our guy don't seem that important. Like maybe he's involved with stolen gems, fake gems, etc. Jonathan has a valid point. He says, remember this card. You can interview them before I do and let them know you have my permission. So Jonathan is saying we should worry that they're going to get brought in at some point and maybe they're going to change their stories. So that's a reasonable guess, and maybe we should talk to them first. Okay, let's do that then. I like that idea. The report's not going to change, although he could decide now he's not going to show us that stuff. This is from a design perspective. This is a smart little foreshadowing that something may change and you are on a clock. All right, let's talk to our people. I mean, this guy is our number one suspect, right? If we have to guess who killed him, the guy who had the vision might be the first suspect. So maybe we start with 29. All right, well, this guy is not living very well, and he looks like he's an alcoholic. I want to remind you that you should keep your eye open for the black ashtray that was in the vision, but not in the scene. Like some things are broken. Okay, what does the channel want to talk to me about? You're going to his room, not talking to him. I see. You're right. I went to his room instead of talking to him. Well, it's too late. I have to go here. Maybe we'll talk to him later. right after. All right, so it's too late. I drew this by accident, but we did get a good look at it. Lots of writings, books, and bottles. All right, thank you for catching me that. And he's a smoker, cigarette, but no black ashtray. Do we know where these two... yes, we do know the relative position of the hotels. They're far apart. It's not like you can see one through the window of the other, right? We're told one is like 30 minutes away from the other, I believe. Half hour's walk. All right, so they're not right next door. Okay, let's investigate the room. Heavens, I believe that the word cleaning is not part of Mr. Shamrell's vocabulary. The floor is covered in whiskey bottles. It seems to be the only thing he drinks. There isn't even a bottle of water. Okay, so they're whiskey bottles. So, and it's the only thing he drinks. We can examine the books or the nightstand. Doesn't look like there's any drawers in this nightstand. It's just the top of it. You might imagine we might get a cigarette brand here. Knocked over a vase of flowers because he was having a bad dream, perhaps. But he drinks so much, he could have seen something and then dreamt that it was a vision instead of a memory. But I think probably we should not pursue this here. So let's put this aside. And let's talk to him. 28. Okay, is this a guy or a girl? He's got a bag of something. Bag, pouch. Shubu's vague stare convinces you that he must be in a permanent daze. Your journalists more like vultures. Okay, let's see, what does the chat want? Did you update the counter for going to his room? I think I did. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I didn't. Okay, 9. Okay. So 9 out of 25 cards. Vultures. Etienne's body's still warm and you're already here. Your job disgusts me, but go ahead, ask your questions. I've got nothing to hide. On Etienne Varen's, I owe everything to Etienne. He got me out of my misery. Sure, we're not perfect. We like to drink and have fun, but other than that, anything bad that could be said about him would be a lie. About Veronique, Etienne's most recent girlfriend. He liked her, but he would eventually have dumped her, like he did with all the others. Brigitte, a nice middle-class chick who left everything to come to Nepal. Lionel LeBlanc, he's the receptionist at the Royal Hotel. He knows everyone. Etienne had befriended him. So we can ask him about his gift of visions. We can ask him what he saw in his vision. Hmm. I don't know. None of those seem that appealing to me. I suppose if we asked him about his visions, it might be a clue that he's just actually saw things and they're his memories. Maybe he'll remember something new he saw about the death. That would give us a clue. But I'm inclined to not pursue those. Let's do what we were saying before and canvass the rest of our witnesses. So one is a girlfriend. Veronique is the girlfriend. And Brigitte is the girl who came to Nepal to find enlightenment. Neither of those two seem like good suspects unless they're lying. Let's see any theories from the chat. John says, I feel like we should talk to each of them once to see our options. And Anna says she agrees with that idea too. Let's just look at this for a second. This was the messy room. And then we've got 2 orderly rooms. All right, let's talk to each of them. Let's talk to the girlfriend first, Veronique. Okay, there's Veronique. There's our 10th card. So if we're keeping track of time, we've seen 10 cards so far. Then we reset. All right, Veronique, the current girlfriend. Hippie in Nepal. A sweet face greets you, 22 years old. You were sent by the police? Oh, okay. Do you mind if I smoke a little? It helps me relax. On Etienne, I met him last February. He was very impressed with how I played the guitar at a party that ended. Well, how it was meant to end. Fate brought us together. Tears fill her eyes. Until death do us part. We had so much in common. Brigitte, she left everything behind to come here, including her husband. She had a bright future as a lawyer, but she's not interested in material stuff. I know LeBlanc, he's a music lover like me. They seem to be talking about the receptionist quite a bit. I wonder if our suspect could be the receptionist, could have staged this whole thing. As far as Shubu goes, he scares me a little, but not just because of his visions. There's something cold in his stare, but Etienne seemed to like him a lot. We can ask her what she saw the night of the murder, and we can say, you were his girlfriend, weren't you? That last question seems not very useful, but knowing what she saw the night of the murder could be useful. I mean, it doesn't feel like she would be involved in this crime. But I wonder if it might be better for us to read the witness statements first before we follow up with any of these people. All right, let's put her aside and let's continue our theory of now talking to Brigitte, the woman who left home to find enlightenment, who doesn't care about material things. Boy, she does not seem like she's going to be a helpful witness, but you never know. Okay. Looks a little older. She's only 23 years old. She's only a year older than the other one. I left behind my uptight bourgeois life and a path laid out for my career and traded it in for a nomadic life full of discovery. Peru, Bolivia, South Africa, Thailand, and finally Nepal. I'm seeking out adventure and carefree living, and here in the city of harmony and peace, you're coming to talk to me about a murder. As far as Etienne, a charming man, he flirted with me secretly, and I must admit I gave in to his advances once. I didn't tell Veronique. Free love is often just theoretical, you know. As far as Veronique, naive and sweet, probably too bland for Etienne not to get bored of her. Shubu, he'd do anything to help him buy drugs. Lionel LeBlanc, the receptionist at the hotel in Kathmandu, is that really a life choice? I don't know. He seems to like working at the hotel. Under what circumstances were you awakened by Shubu's nightmare? These girls do not seem like they're bad guys in this story to me. I am more suspicious of this guy now, though. Like, this guy's statement is starting to feel a little self-serving now. He's trying to push blame into the Spanish couple. And then here, he meets someone who sees a hairy shadow leaving the premises, and then he confirms it. He says, I looked out the window and I saw a shadow going up the street. I'm a little suspicious of our receptionist. Okay, so here's an idea. If we visit Freak Street, might we find someone telling us that Shubu was coming home to his room at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m.? That would give us a clue that this guy was on the premises when this happened. And what about the scene of the murder? No sign of those whiskey bottles, though. I'm sort of curious to see if someone sees this guy coming back to his room at 3 a.m. or was he there the whole night? And then I'm definitely interested in witnesses who might have seen this person leaving. And then, of course, these places. Personal effects would be useful if we're trying to find a safe code. And then the findings of the manner of murder seems critical. Anna's wants the follow-up about the drug statement. That was a little bit weird. So she's talking about Shubu, and she says he'd do anything to help him buy drugs. That is an awkward statement. Jonathan says the translation feels a little off in this case. I would have to agree with that. Is she saying that Shubu buys drugs and he'd do anything to help him get drugs? Like money? Though we didn't see any sign of drugs in his room, but we didn't search it. So it's possible that if we search his room, Shubu's room, we might find drugs up here on this tabletop. I think that's certainly possible. If he needed drugs, he might have to rob the place. Okay, let's take a look at let's see if we can't get manner of death. 31. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, okay, here we go. Etienne Barnes, 27 years old, 5 foot 10, 194 pounds. Rigor mortis allows us to place the time of death today at 3 a.m. Okay, 3 a.m. The record comes on, and that's time of death. The victim's body shows multiple knife wounds. There are 12 of them. Only 2 well-placed blows to the heart and throat are responsible for the victim's death. These stabs are present only on the front of the body. There are no signs of wounds on the victim's back. There are no visible signs of struggle on the victim's body. A blood analysis reveals the victim had consumed a high dose of marijuana at the time of his death. The drug must have been consumed around 1 a.m. Afterwards, the victim must have fallen asleep until the time of death. He was most likely unconscious and thus vulnerable at the time of attack. At the request of Commissioner Kim, an analysis was done of Shubu Shamrel. It appears that the individual was also under the influence of alcohol and marijuana on the night of the murder. Given his condition, I can say with certainty that it is entirely possible for someone to having suggested the dream to him. So, drunk and on drugs, maybe he was at the scene of the crime, remembers it, and thinks he dreamed it. "1 a.m. he's playing the sitar." Okay, if we think that maybe Subaru Sherbu and is a drug addict with miscellaneous drugs, including marijuana, and is an alcoholic, that he was there with him at 1 a.m. They all smoked, played music. Then he goes to bed. Our victim goes to bed. And then maybe this guy is still in the room sleeping on the floor or something. Someone comes in at 3, kills him. He sees it. They take him home. The two girls are the two long-haired girls with 4 knives, the killers. And then this guy thinks he had a vision of it. Maybe they even suggested to him details. Like, for example, they're woken up by his screaming, the two girls, right? And then they say he told them about his vision. Is it possible he came in saying, I have some memory of something happening horrible, and they like get him to come up with a vision? Doesn't really explain why you would set the music to play at 3 a.m. though. Maybe to cover up something. Let me read this statement again. Last night around 3 a.m., had a strange, terrifying dream. His vision was specific. Shamrel told them of his dream. The 3 decided to wait. Time of death is 3 a.m. though, let's remember. Okay. This guy seems like a drug user, so maybe his criminal record is about that. This guy is dealing gems, maybe he's got a criminal record about that. These seem of low likelihood of import for us. I think I'm interested in this, in case that gives us a clue to the safe. 7, his personal effects. After conducting a search of Etienne Vernet's Sweet. It turns out there was quite a bit of money in his wallet, but not a fortune. Etienne enjoyed a certain standing and liked to show it. There was a safe hidden in his closet behind some clothes, but it was locked. Perhaps the thief stole everything and then closed the safe. Under these conditions, it's difficult to say whether theft was the motive for the crime. Etienne had a few typical objects of little value, including the ornamental knife used by the killer. Marijuana was found in a small tin box stamped Ganja Paradise, Freak Street. An analysis revealed it was particularly potent. So notice they're talking about Freak Street now, which we have on our map. Finally, there was a top-of-the-line record player as well as a box containing 10 records in excellent condition, probably purchased not long ago. One of these records is At Home, which features the song Akaraga. Etienne had a few typical objects of little value, including the ornamental knife used by the killer. And remember, 12 stab wounds. 2 of import. Are they saying for sure there was only one weapon used to stab him? That would be important for us. An analysis revealed it was particularly potent. Is it possible that someone has dosed this marijuana with like PCP or something? Hmm. Jonathan says, I wouldn't mind looking into the law student's room as a hunch. It seems like she could be involved in jewel trade. She could know import laws, customs, etc. That's an interesting theory. Her background doesn't suggest she's in on this, though. She's traveling all around, but maybe she's traveling all around doing gem trades, just pretending she's dropped out. That's an interesting theory. Let's look at her card again. All right, so this is an interesting theory. She says she traded in for a nomadic life full of discovery. Peru, Bolivia, South Africa, Thailand. Is she going around on the illegal gem trades? That is an interesting theory. Okay, we're going to search her room. 8. I like this idea that it's a cover. Like this one looks like the real deal. This one kind of looks like it's a put on to me. So Jonathan's got a hunch that we should be suspicious of her. So we're going to go into her room now. Look for some evidence that she's not what she pretends. All right, I'm advancing the clock. 14 down of 25. Okay, she's got a very orderly room. Books. Books. Teacup. Okay. A room in the image of this rundown hotel with fake flowers in a plastic jug. Fake flowers in a plastic jug. What is that about? Examine the object sticking out from under a chair and search the nightstand. Is there an object sticking out from the chair? What are they talking about? Does sound like she could be hiding something. What is the object sticking out from a chair? Do you see anything? I don't really see anything sticking out from the chair, to be honest. Could be a translation issue, though. Guess we don't have to see it. Okay, I like this theory that Brigitte is fake. Fake flowers. This room doesn't really look that lived in. I think we should search her room. First, let's look for the secret object she seems to be putting away. 24. Okay, advance the time. Piece of porcelain. Found under a chair in Brigitte's room. This is a piece of a vase that must have broken. You can't find the other pieces. Okay, that sounds like this is the answer to this. This used to be a real vase. It broke during a fight of some sort. She cleaned it up, put the flowers, although they're fake flowers, so. All right, keep your eye on that item, though. Remember this guy's house? He's got a broken vase, but it's clearly not that vase. This looks like a fancier thing. Is this something that would have been found in this guy's room? Doesn't look like there's any sign of flower. Could it be someone broke it in climbing through the window, says the chat. That's a very interesting idea, especially since we can see a little bit of a handle here. That's a very interesting idea. Also, I think like this lampshade is a little bit similar to the pattern here. Like this pattern seems like the pattern of the things she owns. That's interesting. I like this idea that maybe she's climbing in through the window and broke. I think we should continue with this theory that Brigitte is up to no good. Let's search her nightstand. 27. Well hidden in the bottom of a drawer, you find Brigitte's passport. Okay. What have we got? She's from Canada. Brigitte Lavoie, maiden name Martin. She's Canadian. She's born February 1946. That makes her not lying about her age. Female. Her passport's not expired. She's got a passport number. Issuing authority, St. Columban. Well, I guess this is just giving us her... Well, I don't know. Maybe it was issued in 67. Okay? So it was issued 2 years ago. Recently, and she looked completely different. Now, how long has she said she's been traveling around? I left behind my bourgeois life, and then she's been traveling all around to Peru, Bolivia, South Africa, Thailand, and finally Nepal. So all of this stuff she's done just in the last 2 years, and she looked completely clean cut 2 years ago. That's pretty suspicious. That's pretty suspicious. Someone also said 2 years. Is that right? Who told us 2 years? Let's look at people talking about Brigitte, who left everything to come to Nepal. She says she left everything behind to come here, including her husband. She had a bright future as a lawyer. She left her home and career behind to find enlightenment. Okay, no one's saying anything about 2 years here. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. All right, well, we finished up with her. There's no lines or anything to ask anyone about it, so we can't follow up. Very suspicious, but it's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I just had a little thought that I'm curious about. I've got out my things here. I just want to see if you take Aka Raga and you write out the letters 1, 3, 11, 1, 44, 1, 7, 1. No, that's too many. Okay, I'm still trying to think that the safe code has to do with this band. And I was wondering if Akaraga could be hiding the code, but I don't see how. It's too many. What did I write down 44 here? That R is an 18. Oh, I was looking in the wrong column. 7, 1, 13, 11, 11, 81, 71 is still too many. All right, well, it was a fun idea. The hair or the hat is the channel is talking. Someone carrying something that made it look like more arms. Interesting. You know. Okay. Well, I think we should pursue our theory that it is our girl, Brigitte. We've looked in her room. We've talked to her. If we're going to chase down this lead, let's make a special thing for her. Everyone's telling us she left home. She's traveling the world. Seems very suspicious to us. Here is Brigitte's deal. She may have come in through her window and knocked over the plants. There's a piece of a vase that she cleaned up. Here she is looking like a scammer. I suppose we should point out, we were looking for what's significant about this passport, and we picked up a couple things, right? First of all, she's Canadian. A bit suspicious on its own. That she just got her passport before starting travel, we think. Recently, she looked different. But here's the other thing we should pay attention to. Signature. And also we've got her maiden name, Martin. This does make it a little more appealing, perhaps, to look at criminal histories, because is it possible that we're going to find someone here, like Shubu Shamrel, used to be named Martin? This sounds like an alias, and I wonder if it's possible that this guy went by a different name. Okay, let's see. What is the channel saying? And Tina says, if we think it's her or the girls together, how do we explain the timeline? They said they were at their hotel at 3. Did they change his clock? That's an interesting idea. He doesn't have a clock in his room. Let me remind you of the questions we're trying to answer. Who killed him? What was the motive? How do you explain his vision? And how did they do it? It's a little weird to say, how did they do it? He's died of stab wounds, 12 in his front, so he was probably laying on his bed face up, all drugged out. Remember, we could go to the spot on the street where he bought the marijuana. That might help reveal who actually purchased it, if he purchased it himself. We could actually also talk to her more to see if we could catch her in a lie. She says she cheated with him once. Okay. What do you think? What's our best course of action now? We could get more about the vision, but I think we should try to follow up Brigitte as much as possible. Sorry. I think that means either just talking to her more. We could ask her about how she was awakened by Subaru's nightmare, if we think she's lying. We could go to the... I think we should go here. Let's go here first, and then I'll follow up with what the chat wants. I want to get more witnesses around where Brigitte was, and maybe we're going to find out something about the purchase of that marijuana. Okay, so that's where the marijuana was bought from. Remember, he had a tin of marijuana, especially potent. Okay. A most unsavory neighborhood. We can enter the marijuana store, or we could speak to the sadhu who is staring at us. A witness to something, perhaps? I mean, I don't see how we can pass this up. Let me advance this clock. Boy, we're going to have to make our first choices soon, though. What am I hoping to find? What are we hoping to find? What's a sadhu? Sadhu. DJ Moneycut says, the coroner seems sure Sabu wasn't under suggestion, which is odd. No, the coroner said the opposite. The coroner said he could be under suggestion. Oh, no, you're right. I got that completely wrong. Thank you for saying that, then. I read that completely wrong. Given his condition, I can say with certainty that it is entirely impossible for someone to have suggested the dream to him. I don't get that. I read that as entirely possible, but now I see it says impossible. I think this might be a typo. I'm not sure I trust this at all. I think maybe we should rule that out. I agree. A sadhu is a religious person, says Isara. All right, should we pursue this? Or is this person just going to give us... All right, well, let's go to the marijuana store. That's where that was the point of this place, to find out a little bit more about the drugs he got. So I'm advancing the clock. A young man greets you. Welcome to Ganja Paradise. Here you'll find everything you've come to Kathmandu for. Actually, young man, we're not here to partake. We'd like to... Tisk, tisk, tisk. Let me handle this, Neville. Say, this is one well-stocked store you've got here. What are the local specialties you'd recommend if we wanted to free our minds? Oh, I saw you near the Shiva house. Did Subaru Shamrel send you? I've got to say that I do sell him a top quality product. I'll send you straight to La La Land. It'll send you straight to La La Land. No matter how much someone tries to talk to you, you won't hear a thing. It's like time is suspended. You're alone with your mind. That's what I sold to Shubu yesterday, and that's what I recommend. Okay. So, the marijuana that is found at the crime scene in Etienne's personal effects, small tin box stamped Ganja Paradise, particularly potent. Now we suspect that it's Shamrel who's buying this, possibly. Bought it yesterday. So, is it that Brigitte and this guy are working together to do this to the... And have they... Sounds like our victim, might have smoked this and then just was in a totally different world while he was killed. I feel like the religious person is not likely to have good clue for us. So I'm inclined to wait on that one. I think we should try to find the person who saw the person leaving the hotel. Where was the owner of the Himalaya bar just a few doors down saw a shadow slipping out from the hotel by fire escape. So I think that's gonna be this. So I'm inclined to go there, which is what I'm gonna do. 42. There's the Himalaya bar. Couple doors down. Night and day, the area around the hotel is full of life. So we could check out, this is where our hotel is, the Royal Hotel where the murder happened. So we could speak to the witness, or we could check out the hotel's fire escape. I feel like we should do 43. Maybe we'll get some evidence about the escape. Jonathan says, how close to the rundown hotel was the Mary Jane shop? Could the religious person have potentially seen our lawyer climbing in her window? Well, Shiva's house is a rundown guest house just off Freak Street. So, yes, it is right next door to our hotel. Although I'll note that Brigitte's room is on the opposite side, it seems. While we're here, I think we need to check out the fire escape 43. What I'm hoping is we're going to find a wig or something that we can confront, that we can tie to one of our suspects. All right, so we've now done 20. We're almost at our limit here. The fire escape opens directly onto the hallway that leads to Etienne Verne's suite. Look, Neville, the doors leading to the stairs are closed. It would be impossible to get in from the outside. On the other hand, on each floor, it's easy to leave the hotel. Even if the killer came up this way, he wouldn't have entered the hotel without an accomplice. Adele, all you need is a knife to open the door from the outside. Look how easy it is to force the latch. Well, now, would you take a good look at these marks? The door has been forced open. Oh, Neville, your common sense never ceases to amaze me. So she says you could get out from the fire escape, but not in. And he says you can get in if you have a knife. And look at that. It's got marks as if someone did come in through the fire escape with a knife. And then I guess she agrees with him at this point. The odd thing here is, though, that they found a knife in the personal effects of our victim, which seemed to suggest it was his knife that stabbed them, not a knife that would have been brought in unless you planted it on him for some reason. So I find that a little confusing. Let me count our cards to make sure we really are at 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes, okay. So we've seen 20 cards. We can look at 5 more before we have to answer. That is not much. Who killed him? What's the motive? How do you explain the vision? How did the murderer do it? Yikes. Well, looks like a bunch of people want to hear more about the vision. And Tina says criminal history could suggest the motive. I am interested in criminal history as well because I think we might learn what ties Brigitte in to our case. So for me, of high priority might be the 2 criminal records. We've got 5 left. However, I'm also willing to look at the victim statements. I mean, talking to her about how was she awoken by his nightmare, because I suspect she's lying. And then talking to him about the imagined death. So Jonathan thinks our religious person on the street might have seen something. Okay, everyone wants to see more about the vision, right? Okay, let's go to that. Let's go to 46. Okay, 1 of 5 done. With a fixed, distant gaze, he declares, in my dream, I could see Etienne clearly. He had just put Akaraga on his record player, the song he always listened to over and over. Then he sat down on his bed with his sitar. A shadow appeared out of nowhere, but he couldn't see it. That's when I realized who this shadow with shaggy hair and 4 arms was. It was the goddess Kali. She raised one of her arms, then another and another. She had a sacrificial knife in each hand, and then Kali struck him. Blood flowed from Etienne's wounds, but Kali didn't stop. I screamed, but Etienne couldn't hear me. And that's when Brigitte arrived. I told her everything. My throat was dry. She gave me some whiskey and I knocked over the green vase. Then I can't remember. It's all a blur. A slap woke me up. Brigitte yelled at me like that stupid vase was important. I told her to shut up. Then Veronique showed up and I had to tell my story over and over again. I felt like that's all I was doing, repeating my vision. Okay, so let me point out a couple things here. Some of the details seem like they could be consistent with just being drugged out. So like if he's at his friend Etienne's suite at the Royal Hotel, then a woman breaks in, stabs him, and he's seeing like 4 arms, 4 knives, but maybe he's just seeing the one. It's just all a blur to him. Etienne couldn't hear me. This is all consistent with them both being on this super high quality drug. And then he imagines Brigitte has arrived. He tells her the details. She gave me some whiskey and I knocked over the green vase. So if we look in his room, we can see that green vase that's broken. But it's interesting that there's also a broken vase in Brigitte's room. And then Brigitte is yelling at him about the vase. Like the stupid vase was important. It sounds like not this vase, but she's upset that her vase got broken and is important. Where's her room? Her vase in her room got broken. And he's just blending them all, this memories all together. And then Veronique shows up and he has to tell it again. So let me pitch an idea to you. Here's my idea. Etienne and Chamrel are in Etienne's room. Veronique comes in. Sorry, not Veronique. Brigitte. Brigitte comes in, kills him, and then brings our guy who's all drugged out, Chamrel, with her off the fire escape, actually carries him. And look at the outfit that Chamrel is wearing. Like, if she's carrying him over his shoulder, then it looks like 4 arms and maybe a weird headdress and hair. She brings him back to their hotel, where they come in through Brigitte's window and he breaks Brigitte's vase. She brings him to his room and he has a memory of what happened. So she has to pretend to him that it's a vision he had. So she gives him some liquor and she tells him, you just had a vision. And she convinces him that it was a vision and not a memory. And he remembers, I knocked over the vase. So she breaks his vase to make his vision seem more realistic, to make it seem more like a vision rather than a memory. And so then Veronique comes in and gets the secondhand story. So Veronique might have more details to implicate Brigitte. And Tina says, who opened the door? The clerk didn't say anything about someone else being with the victim or in the hotel before. Shubu certainly saw him before because he gave him the tin. Jonathan says, seems like a solid theory to me, Jesse. DJ Moneycat says, the 12 stabs suggest a crime of passion. I agree. That's a little odd. Perry says, Brigitte carried Shaba from one hotel to another. That seems unlikely. Well, you have a good point. If it's a half hour away, she couldn't have carried him the 30 minutes. She would have had to take a taxi or something. She could carry him out the window, though. He's like a little frail guy. I think she could have carried him, but not 30 minutes. And Tina says, Shubu saw 4 hands. He wouldn't have seen his own. Well, my theory is that he's basically seeing a blurry thing. So I think the whole thing about 4 hands with 4 knives, he's really just seeing one hand stab him 12 times. But he's so drugged out that he's seeing visions of multiple hands and multiple knives. Okay. If we work with this as our theory, though, it's Brigitte. The vision we can explain by him being in the room. How did the murderer do it? Snuck in through the fire escape. And he was on drugs, so it was easy to do. But the motive we don't have the answer to, and it looks like a crime of passion with so many stabs. If we're right that she came in from the fire escape, then it's her knife, and we should be able to track her down with a knife. All right, given that I suspect it's her, I think our useful things would be to ask her for more details to try to catch her in a lie. Talk to the bar who may have seen people coming out of here and getting into a cab. This is the person who also saw shadows coming down the fire escape. So this is the number 1 place. And then the criminal histories. And then there's some thought that this person may have seen someone coming back into the Royal Hotel. I'm up for those. All right, well, she's going to lie. So maybe we put her statement off to the side. Maybe we should focus on these 2 things we can do easily. And then, hold on. Our girl here. What if she's got a real motive? Remember, we were saying murder of passion, and I've been thinking she's a gem robber traveling across the world. But what if her maiden name's Martin? What if it's going to turn out that our victim murdered one of her parents? And she is now tracking him across the world. Are we going to find his criminal history is going to turn up an actual murder or stealing of the life savings of her family? And that's what made her go into law. And she's decided, I'm going to travel the world and catch this guy and kill him. That would explain our crime of passion. That would explain why she's traveling the world under this fake identity. Okay. So, yeah, I think we're on to something here. So, I think now, if that is our answer of our theory, and the gems being fake is what Antina says, I think our primary place then to go is Etienne Verne's criminal record 41. This feels right. This is kind of exciting. If this is true, this is going to be exciting. So what are we hoping to find? A history in Canada of defrauding, ruining someone's family, if we're lucky, with the name of Martin, even if not Martin. If it's Canadian, ruining people's lives, then we've got it. Criminal record of Etienne Verne's, 27-year-old, born in Paris to a father who was an officer in the French Navy and a mother of Vietnamese origin. Profession gem dealer. Charmer with strong charisma, appreciated by those around him. He's known to have charmed many young women. Frequents tourist nightclubs where he has sometimes been involved in violent altercations without ever being convicted. He is often accompanied by his friend Shubu Shamrel, who provides him with the best marijuana. He does not hide his taste for luxury, has been living comfortably in a suite in the Royal Hotel for 4 years. He was questioned in the case of missing persons in Kathmandu. You may now consult Document B. Missing persons, and we've got a new document. Well, this is kind of exciting here. We've got a whole new document. Whoa, look at this. Martin, there we go. I think we've cracked this case wide open. I think we've cracked this case wide open. So, sorry, what have we got? Report on missing persons in Kathmandu. Okay. As of November 1st, 9 hippies have disappeared under mysterious circumstances. They are generally young Europeans, often French-speaking, who were undoubtedly robbed of their belongings, traveler's checks, and other papers. Only 3 bodies have been found and identified. All right, I got to tell you something. If you look at this picture, I'm trying to think. Okay. We played Penny Dreadfuls. Without giving away any spoilers, one of the things that happened while we were playing Penny Dreadfuls was we said, these are people from movies and stories that are being reproduced in our case. And Antina has exactly anticipated what I was about to say. He's misspelled it, but what is Antina saying? Who can guess? Antina, don't write anything more. What is Antina saying? What is happening in this case? What is the connection? Why have I mentioned Penny Dreadfuls and the idea of movies? Because there's a Netflix documentary called The Serpent, which is about a serial killer that looks a little like this guy who was killing and robbing tourists that came to live with him. It feels like we're playing that case. And I believe it involved like hippie women as well. So it feels like this game is cheating a little bit, but or not cheating, but that was not a great idea. However, let us continue here. This basically feels like a little bit of the story of the serpent. But anyway, this is not the real case. This real movie called The Serpent doesn't involve someone murdering him. So our actual crime isn't revealed by the true story, just the setup of what this guy is doing. Okay, so now he was questioned in this case. Now let's hear about these bodies that were found. Paul Martin, 1968. He stopped a year ago, in other words. He stopped at the Royal Hotel on October 23rd, stayed for several days before disappearing on November 2nd. His body was found 4 days later in the woods on a hill nearby. There was no sign of his personal effects. It was determined that he had been drugged before being doused with gasoline and burned. Interpol provided his dental records, which were used to establish his identity. He was a young, naive hippie like many others who had been traveling through Asia for 6 months before stopping in Kathmandu. No known romantic relations. Paul Martin. Compare to Lavoie, maiden name Martin. Now, one odd thing, though, is she got her passport in 1967. So she got her passport before her brother disappeared. But that feels like her brother. And I think she has taken it on her own to track down this guy and kill him. Let's read about these other three. August 20, 1969, Francois Charles. She stayed at the Royal Hotel for a few days and left on July 21st, 1969. The next month, she appeared on the register at another hotel in Kathmandu, then disappeared overnight without having paid her bill. Her personal effects were found in her room, but her papers and money were missing. Her body was found on August 20th in bushes on a riverbank, also burned with gasoline and previously drugged. The coroner was able to date her death with certainty between August 15th and 20th. Francois Charles was a hippie, but not a dropout. Her father was a prosperous insurer who generously bankrolled his daughter's travels. She did not have a steady boyfriend, according to her friends. Lastly, Jacques Rousseau stayed at the Royal Hotel until October 7th, 1969. They all stayed at the Royal Hotel. That evening, witnesses saw him drunk outside a nightclub, put into a car by Etienne Vernes and Subu Shamral. Then Jacques Rousseau vanished without having paid his hotel bill. None of his personal effects were found in his room. When questioned, Etienne and Shubu admitted to having been with Jacques Rousseau that evening, but denied any involvement in his disappearance. Jacques' body was found 15 days later in a field outside the city, burned in drugs. However, he took a short trip to Bangkok from October 13th to 15th, 1969, as proven by his hotel reservation and the airline with which he booked a round-trip ticket to Thailand. These are places our girl went. I think what we're going to find now is that the contents of the safe are going to be the proof that he is the serial killer, that Etienne is the serial killer that killed all these people. So once we open his safe, it's not going to be gems. It's going to be proof that he killed these three people. Our girl Brigitte doesn't need that, though. She's figured out it on her own, and she's murdered him. Let's read what the commissioner's findings were. We began to seriously suspect Etienne Vernes last October, as he had been seen with Jacques Rousseau shortly before his disappearance, but we were unable to prove his guilt. He had a watertight alibi for Francois Charles' murder. The French National Police confirmed that he entered France on July 30th and returned to Kathmandu on August 31st. Immigration and Customs indicate that he has not left Nepal since then. We have a few details about Paul Martin's death in November 1968. The bodies of all three victims were found in the surrounding countryside. They were all brutally murdered and burned with gasoline, which seems to be the killer's signature. Etienne remains a top suspect for me, and Shubhu is possibly his accomplice. Mm-hmm. So I think they were drugging people. They may have been drugging people to paralyze them, and he ended up smoking some of his own supply, some of the wrong version of the supply that was knocking them out, possibly. We do have gasoline as a clue if we could find it. And then he's got a strong alibi for Francois Charles's murder, but we don't really... Whether that alibi really holds up or not, it's not important to us. Oh, what's this? Draw card 16. So I think we missed that, but we have to draw card 16 when we reveal this. So I'm going to take 16. Click the clock. We only have 2 more leads, and let's read what card 16 says. The photos of the missing persons in Kathmandu. I don't know if it will be of any help to our investigation, but we could always show these pictures to our suspects. And do you really think any of them will say, oh yeah, I killed those people myself? Well, with that much sarcasm in their voice? No, I don't think so. Okay, well, this is a little trick question, right? Because it's saying we could show these to our suspects. But really, I think the idea is we could show this picture to Brigitte and see if she admits this guy's her brother. Chat says, I guess Paul was her brother. Why didn't she kill Shubu as well? That if he's the accomplice. That's an interesting question. She may not have known he was the accomplice. She may not have known she was the accomplice. So I guess the question I have for you is we have 2 more places we can go before we have to answer our questions. We now have a motive, revenge. We have a guess about our suspect. We have a guess about the vision that's a little bit shaky. And then how did the murderer do it? I'm going to say I don't know if that's I don't know how to answer the question. But there's a question about whether Veronique has a tie to the people, DuPont. We don't know of any connection. So I'm curious to ask her about this, but the most she's going to do is admit that's the brother. So I don't feel like that actually nets us any important information at this point. I think we'd be better off with our last 2 to trying to resolve a little bit more proof of whether she actually did bring this guy out of the hotel with her. So I guess I'd be inclined to talk to this religious person and or the bar. What do you think? If the goal is to answer the questions, then it seems to me that the biggest question that might be a little unclear to us is exactly how to answer question 4. So given that, it feels like our best bet would be to try to see someone who saw Brigitte do something, either getting in, getting out. Maybe he even saw Brigitte hanging out in the bar, or this person has some information. Okay. DJ, Moneycut, and Perry are coming up with some very reasonable things to think about. DJ Moneycut says, we kind of know the bartender didn't get a good look. So maybe the monk. And then Perry says, yeah, but the barkeep was a witness to something. I think these are all interesting points. And then the other thing we could try to pursue is the safe. Isar says, I'd go with the religious person. James says same. He might even say if Shubu actually has the gift. Okay, well, I don't think Shubu has any gift, but I'm willing to talk to the religious person as our sort of wild card. Okay. Here we go. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just know Shubu as buying stuff, but let's find out. So card 34. Maybe she's seen Brigitte buying drugs also. So we're speaking to Rambar now. Okay. Paying for it with a time click. Gently, the old man blows a large puff of smoke towards Neville. You look concerned, my good man. You're looking at me, but your thoughts are elsewhere. Your mind is in a fog you cannot extricate yourself from. The holy man holds out his pipe. Try this ganja. It will help you to free your mind. You will see things differently, understand? Come on, Neville. This Sadhu is probably right. If we're struggling, maybe we should trust him. It is possible that another vision could help us solve the riddle of the dream of Kathmandu. You may accept the Sadhu's offer at any time and access a vision that will help you find the key to the riddle. In this case, take card 47. You may also refuse the Sadhu's offer. In this case, discard card 47. It will not count toward your score. At the end of the game, you will score 2 extra points. Okay, new mechanic here. The art is pretty great. I agree with you. That's pretty amazing, detailed art. But now we're given an interesting choice. It's clear this is a hint. We could take this card and get a real hint. Or we could reject it and get 2 extra points. It will not count towards your score. I'm not sure what that means. It feels like it should be saying we have to discard this card. He might be giving us a clue to the safe, which would be nice. He may also refuse the Sadhu's offer. In this case, discard 47 will not count towards your score. But why would it ever count towards our score? Well, let's have a vote. Okay. I vote that we don't do it. I vote that we don't do it because it feels like a hint that will reduce our score, and I feel like we're very close to solving it completely on our own, and we're good enough that we don't need it. I'm not opposed to smoking some drug, to having a vision. We're in Nepal. It feels completely reasonable. I just don't think we need a hint. 3 votes don't do it. And Tina says, vote not yet. Oh, we may accept this offer at any time. I see. We don't have to decide yet. Okay, so that's it. I'm just going to close this vote here, clear it. We're clearly not doing it now. Okay, so we're just going to put this aside. We have finished this card. We have one more card we can see before we have to make our guesses about the answers. So if we had to answer these now, we'd say Brigitte. But I suppose that with the the four-armed person is going to be her carrying them. I was going to say, is it possible that Veronique Dupont is involved, and should we be trying to spend our last card to rule her out? All right, so our possibilities here for our last card could be talk to the bar owner. One other reason to do that is that it costs us a card to get this, and now we could follow up. Whereas if we do something else, it might take a 2-step thing. The channel is saying talk to the girlfriend. So that's our other option. Another of our options is to go ask our woman. Where is she? So we could ask her about the circumstances. We could talk to the girlfriend. So I feel like this one is the murderer, so she would lie. So I'm not as focused on her. But I feel like this guy may have seen something. And I suppose she could tell us, she could clear herself as well if she gives us the thing. If she tells us that Brigitte came knocking on her door, telling her about the vision that Shubu had, that would help us to rule her out, because that would be consistent. Looks like we got 2 votes to ask the girlfriend what she saw. Rather than talk to the witness, huh? Okay, let's do it. What did you see the night of the murder? There's our 25th card, card 40. I think you guys just want to talk to her. Veronique Dupont. I slept like a log last night. I did get woken up once by Shubu, who was having one of his nightmares. It happens a lot. I didn't worry and went back to sleep. But later, the sound of broken glass woke me up again. Then I heard voices, so I got up. It was 3:15. I lifted the curtain between our rooms and saw that Brigitte wasn't in bed. So I went across the hall to Shubu's room. I knew right away there was a problem. Shubu was half asleep and smelled of whiskey. He told me about his dream while Brigitte badgered him to give more details. I think it was her way of trying to make him understand how absurd his vision was. I remember her slapping his face and asking me to make coffee to keep him awake. But I was scared because Shubu often sees things that others don't. Half an hour later, around 4 a.m., I went down to the front desk to call the Royal Hotel in vain. Brigitte said not to worry. Easy for her to say. And when we went there around 7 a.m., my God, I just want to erase those horrible moments from my mind forever. Okay, so it seems very clear she's not involved in this crime, but let's look at these details to see if she hears him having one of his nightmares. Later, the sound of breaking glass woke me up. That's going to be one of the vases breaking, one or both of the vases breaking. I got up, it was 3:15. She sees Brigitte's not in her room because she's in Shubu's room. He's half asleep. Brigitte is badgering him to give more details. Well, there's a couple things that are concerning here. I did get woken up once, who was having a nightmare. She goes back to sleep and then wakes up at 3. Wakes up at 3:15. So when is this happening? And does this put Shibu in his room earlier? Which goes against our theory that he was actually in the room during the murder. Does this argue against that idea that Shubu was in the room during the murder? We still don't know why that music was being played. Brigitte is badgering him to give more details. I think it was her way of trying to make him understand how absurd. Now I'm having doubts about, like, is Brigitte trying to get details about the murder and she's not the murderer? Now I'm having a bit of doubts. See what the chat says. The hotel person did say someone called him after he'd gone up to the room, but he didn't pick up. Brigitte wanted to know if Shubu remembered her killing the guy. But why did she not want her to call the Royal Hotel front desk? 3:15 a.m., that only gives them 15 minutes to get back from the other hotel. That's 30 minutes away. George says, Brigitte is telling him about the crime he then remembers as a vision. Anna says, the visions are real in this world, so Shubu could have easily had the vision of the murder. Joji says, if that's true, that they didn't have time, then Brigitte couldn't be there either. James says, I think this is just the game's way of doing a hint mechanic. I don't think the vision of the murder is real. I agree with that. This is giving me some real concerns, though, about whether Brigitte... I think we're totally right about Brigitte's motives and everything. But this is making me have a little doubt about Brigitte. If he died at 3, but they're back by 3:15, how are they the killers? That's a real problem. That is a real problem. DJ Money Cut makes a great point. This is a point that we should spend some time dwelling on. That is so good. Which is, we're looking at this card saying, if it's 3:15 and they're in this place and the other hotel is 30 minutes away, they couldn't have done it. But saying that the hotel is 30 minutes away is not quite right. What we're told is, credit to DJ Money Cut, what we're told is that the two places are half an hour's walk. Half an hour's walk. We already said that our gal couldn't be carrying him on his shoulder for 30 minutes. That's why we were saying maybe this guy saw a taxi, but we forgot all that, and we were saying 30 minutes couldn't have made it. But we already suspect that she must have had to get in a cab. So a cab can get there less than 30 minutes, and a cab makes complete sense with what she heard, because she hears the glass breaking at 3:15 when they come in from the window. So I think, and Tina says, good luck finding a taxi at 3 a.m. in Kathmandu. Well, there's a bar right there. If it's a late night bar, the cab's got to be hanging around it. You don't see any cabs, do you, though? Not really, but it's kind of a cart here. Okay, so well done to DJ Money Cut for reminding us that it's a 30-minute walk, not a 30-minute drive. Okay, here are our questions. It's time for us to answer them after we come back from break. So give some thoughts to your answers. Get your piece of paper out. You can start filling out your answers here ahead of time. When we come back, we'll answer it, and then we'll get this new development and see what happens. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. Okay, time for us to answer our questions. Let's get everyone on the record. Okay, after 25 cards, my answers are Brigitte is the sole murderer. revenge for her brother. The vision is because he was there. And then this is a little odd to answer, but I'm going to say she came in from the fire escape. He was drugged. It may turn out that she actually gave him the higher dose of put extra drugs in there, or she might not have been involved. And then she carried Shubu to taxi home. So there are my theories. Not exactly clear what this question 4 is actually asking about, but the channel was talking about the timeline of Brigitte. My guess is that it went something like this. At around 12:30, she wakes up because Shubu's having a nightmare. Shubu wakes up and goes over to the Royal Hotel at around 12:45, 1 a.m. That's when we hear Etienne playing the sitar, because he's playing the sitar with Shubu in his room. They're both doing drugs. Shubu passes out. Sometime around 2:30, Brigitte sneaks in to Etienne's room, comes in through the fire escape, maybe she even hits the record player by mistake to start it playing. I don't know. Stabs him in his bed, kills him. Shubu is all drugged and wakes up, sees her. She realizes she's got to take him home and convince him it was a dream. If she leaves him here, she's afraid he might ID her. So she takes him out the fire escape where she's seen. She gets into a cab. She gets home at 3 o'clock, 3:15. They go into the window, her window, break her vase. Go in through Brigitte's window, break the vase. She brings them into his room where Veronique finds her. So this is a curtain, right? So she comes in, brings them here. Veronique opens the thing. She's not there. She sees him talking about the scene of the crime, or his memory of the crime. So that's my theory. Does the ashtray mean anything? I think it, that's a very good question. His dream. Let me see. What was the dream again? Etienne collapsed onto his bed, lying on a thick red rug on the floor next to his sitar, a heavy black marble ashtray. That does seem important, but I don't know what it's about. Anyway, does everyone have their votes in? Anna says, how did Shibu arrive at the hotel and no one have seen him? That's a great question. I thought about that as well. But I think if we talk to our guy, remember, he's the guy who would have seen him. I don't think it's fair to say no one saw him. Because think about it. Think about it for a second. We talked to him. He says, I like staying here. He says, Shubu is a parasite. Why does Etienne like to hang around with him? Then we say, what did you see the night of the murders? And he says, let's look at this carefully. It was a troubled night. 3 a.m. he gets the complaints. This guy remembers he was playing loud. At 1 a.m. he stopped. And then 3 a.m. there was a record. And he says, well, at 3 a.m. I thought he was playing the sitar, so I was going to go up and tell him to stop. It's 3 a.m. On his way up, he runs into someone saying he saw someone leaving. The music stopped. He said, okay, forget it. Incident's over. He goes back down. He looks out the window, sees the weird shadow, and then then he goes back to bed. A little later, the phone rang. So he doesn't say that he didn't see Shubu come to visit him. In fact, he says Shubu's always hanging around with him. And he's asleep. So we don't know when he went to sleep. And we don't know if he'd even mentioned that Shubu was in there 3 hours earlier. So I don't think we can assume that this guy didn't see Shubu. And he may have been asleep. If they're friends, this guy may have let him up. So I don't think we can assume that Shubu didn't come right in the front door of the hotel at 1 a.m. It's only Brigitte who has to sneak in, we think, at 3 a.m. And then she must have stabbed him and left the knife on the body, is what I think. Shubu claims he broke his green vase before blacking out. He could be mistaken, but it's interesting. I think it's Brigitte's vase that got broken. Why did Brigitte go in a window to her room with Shubu? Was there a risk to be seen otherwise? I think it makes sense that, you don't have a choice. The taxi drops you off, and maybe your room is the one by an alley that's safe to come in. And maybe his windows are locked, or his windows are in a public area, so you have to come in this way. And I think when they came in this window, they broke the vase. That's why she's mad at him. Don't forget what Veronique tells us. She says, Brigitte badgered him to give more details. I remember her slapping his face and asking me to make coffee to keep him awake. I'm not sure why that's happening, though. But where's the part about the vase? I know we heard about a vase. The whiskey, the dream, more details. Where did we read about the vase? Breaking glass. Smelled of whiskey. Oh, was it when we were talking to him about it? Oh, yeah, here we go. Brigitte arrived after his dream. My throat was dry. She gave me some whiskey and I knocked over the green vase. Then I can't remember. It's all a blur. Brigitte yelled at me like that stupid vase was important. I told her to shut up. I think it's because he broke her important vase. Okay. Everyone's on the record. It's time for our next... So it's time to do this thing now. Read card 39. Okay, so now we get access to a new card. Sounds like we're all on the same page here about our theory. All right, let's see what this is. Read this card immediately after drawing your 25th clue card and answering questions. All right, here we go. You have just written down your answer to the first question, who killed Etienne? Why not try to unnerve one of the protagonists by showing them you suspect them? In this case, draw the card corresponding to the suspect that you will directly provoke by accusing them. I mean, this is weird, but we have our suspect. Is there any reason not to choose the person we think did it? This is an odd question. I mean, on face value, we know who we strongly suspect. Should we show our hand and provoke them? You've just written down your answer to the first question. Why not try to unnerve one of the protagonists by showing them you suspect them? In this case, draw the card that you will directly provoke by accusing them. Is this like a trick question? Is there a reason why we shouldn't tip our hand? John says, I wouldn't overthink it. Just accuse her. Okay. We do, well, I don't want to say we get into the trouble this game when we overthink it, but we do have problems. Okay, so should this card count against us now, I guess? Let me just move another card, another time click. Okay. Does everyone agree with that idea? All right, let's accuse her. I'm a little nervous about doing this in real life. Here we go. Everyone's okay with this? Jonathan says, don't overthink it. Just accuse her. I mean, she's pretty calculated. Is she going to dispose of some evidence now that we let her know? I guess we got to do it. Anna says, whatever. Anna's not happy about something. Okay. You're accusing me of killing Etienne? Seriously? You've got some nerve, but so do I, my friends. Let's pretend I am the culprit for just a minute. And let's imagine that I decide to confess right now. I'm sure that the motive you'll give to the police will convince them. But what about my alibi? Don't forget, I was with Veronique and Shubu at the time of the murder. How will you explain that to Commissioner Kim? After leaving Brigitte. She's right, Adele. If we don't find an explanation for Shubu Shamrel's dream, we really can't accuse her. I know, Neville, and that's what makes me so mad. What about my alibi? You really don't have a good alibi, actually. I was with Veronique and Shubu at the time of the murder, but you weren't. You weren't. You were there at 3:15 a.m. This is kind of wrong, don't you think? I mean, this doesn't follow. Like, this is a lie. We only have her on the premises at 3:15. And then why is the conclusion we have to explain the dream? I don't think that follows. But okay. And then this should stay clearly. This should say that you have to like throw this card away or you can only do one of them. Or is it trying to suggest we could do all of these if we wanted to? I would like a clarification about this rule. I'm assuming we only get to pick one of these. But that would go against the basic rules of the game that says you see all the cards. That's weird. Okay, well, let's just not worry about it for now. I guess this is saying we could ask, we can challenge all of these people. All right, I think it's time to do this one, which is the one I wanted to do before, 26. Okay. Paris Kestri, the barkeep. The card says one of, so maybe we can only accuse one of. That's what I assume, but then it doesn't seem like that meets the normal rules. Okay, let's see what he saw. First of all, note he wears glasses and he's an old man, so he may have misseen something. The Himalaya bar appears to be a bar for tourists. The only local to be found is the owner, who greets you with a smile. Hello, let me guess. English? Australian? American? From New York, but my mother is French. Neville, I'm not sure that showing off your family tree is going to get us anywhere. Sir, you told the local newspaper that you saw something strange last night. Oh, you mean Etienne Verne's murder? What a terrible business. It was 3 a.m. I was trying to get my last customers to leave so I could close up for the night, and then I saw it. There, just across the street, a very hairy shadow. It was late. It was dark out. Since the reporter had mentioned Collie, I added that the shadow had 4 arms, but I don't think he caught the sarcasm in my voice. All I can tell you is the shadow got on a bike and rode off down Freak Street. This whole thing is really awful because Mr. Verne's was not a very good customer. Was a very good customer. He often came by with friends of his, not always the most savory types, if you know what I mean, but they paid for their drinks, and that's what really mattered. Bike. Okay. Well, there's our bike. A bike. And down on Freak Street, which is the direction where the back to this home. So it makes complete sense that the killer is on a bike, and that's how they got from 3 a.m. to 3:15. You could make that a 30-minute walk. You could bike in 15 minutes, no problem. However, now this is calling into a little bit of doubt the idea that she was carrying this guy with her. Is it possible that Shubu was never in the room and was... No, I still believe this thing that she carried him with makes the most sense. Otherwise, he had to have a vision. You could imagine he had a nightmare. Perry says you can't really get 2 people on a bike. So one possibility is that... Okay, think about it this way. Here's the theory for you. 1 a.m., Shubu has a nightmare, a vision. His vision is that Etienne is killed in his room while listening to this song, stabbed, right? She wakes up the house. He wakes up the house at 1 a.m. She runs over to him. She says, what happened? What's wrong? He says, I had a vision that Etienne was killed, and here's how. And maybe he adds in some other details. So she says, I'm going to recreate this vision. And all I have to do is recreate it to match the vision. And not only will I kill him, but I'll get Shubu suspected of it because it matches his vision. Let's look at the vision again. So what if he tells her the vision at 1 a.m.? She rushes over there and recreates it. He says the goddess Kali killed him with sacrificial knives. And so she goes, and she says, a record player just stopped playing Aka Raga. He tells her this, and she goes and recreates it. So that would explain why the song is playing at 3 a.m., this bizarre thing. It's not that there's a motive for having it playing at 3 a.m., it's that she's reproducing the dream that he gave her, that he told her. DJ Moneycut says, it says the vision was at 3 in the opening description. Does it? Last night, after 3 a.m., a young dropout had a strange and terrifying dream. I don't know if I would take that so literally. I think he was clearly having a nightmare at 1. Ornamental knife used by the killer. Drug consumed around 1. The only thing that worries me about the guy not being at the scene of the crime is the vase. Because it really feels to me like that's when Brigitte arrived. I screamed. Etienne couldn't hear me. My throat was dry. She gave me some whiskey, and I knocked over the vase. Then I can't remember. That feels like it's saying something. But I guess this theory matches a little better the idea that remember when Veronique says, like, Brigitte kept trying to get him to remember details? Like, that sounded like Veronique wanted him to remember the details, and that would make more sense if she's trying to get him to remember his dream so that it'll implicate him, rather than if he saw something, she'd be trying to get him to forget it. He told me about his dream while Brigitte badgered him to give more details. Yeah, at 3:15, she's telling this girl about the dream, but it doesn't mean she didn't tell Brigitte about the dream earlier. Okay. Well, let's see. James says, on the vase thing, Subaru knocks over his green vase after his vision. I agree, Brigitte is actually angry at her vase breaking, so we have 2 broken vases. John says, I guess she just broke her own vase as she snuck back in. Then she had to act like he broke his vase to cover up the sound. That's not a bad idea. The logic is a little weird, though, since her alibi is now his alibi. Oh, I think you've got a good theory, though. That's right. James says, Veronique is woken up by breaking glass, so she didn't hear the first one breaking at 1 a.m. No, I think the point is that if Veronique tells the statement to everyone that she was woken up by broken glass, let's see. Later, the sound of breaking glass woke me up. So if 3:15 a.m. Brigitte comes back into her room, accidentally knocks over her vase, breaks it, and hears her roommate wake up. What was that broken glass? Then Brigitte has to go to the room, go to Shubu's room, and she has to create the fake breaking glass. She has to create something that she can say, oh, this is what must have woken you up. And so she takes this and just like breaks it on the rug so that when Veronique comes in and says, what was that breaking glass sound? She can say it was this. Let's look at the vase. Oh, have we not looked at this? Okay, let's look at this then, 12. That's a good point. We haven't even looked at that. Okay, so we're clicking another time. Shubu's room is full of treasures. Goodness, be careful not to trip over that bottle of whiskey and that smell. The room reeks of marijuana. It's true that the smell of weed seems to be particularly strong, but don't be such a fuddy-duddy, Neville. Focus on this broken vase something tells me it's important. Is this the big black ashtray? I wonder if this is the big black ashtray. And has she taken it home with her for some reason? I don't think so. So if you look at this vase, do you think the clue here is how it's broken? Does that suggest to us that it didn't break by falling over, but broke by someone purposefully breaking it? Clear, it's old, dry flowers. I'm not sure how that helps us, though. Where's the scene of that again? Is this the clue that somehow you knocked over the flowers, but you didn't disturb this? I still think the theory is right, that she came in her window, broke her flower, her vase, and had to make it look like it was his. It's just not clear to me what evidence we have about that. Want to look at the books while we're there. Did we not even look at the books? Is that what happened? We didn't do to either of these? Examine the books at the foot of the bed. I guess we didn't. I don't think those are going to be relevant to us. I really don't. It's not that I'm opposed to looking at them. It's just I don't think they're of priority for us. So let's decide where we want to go next. All right, let's separate cards that we've done fully and cards that we haven't. So we haven't done that one, that one. How are we going to get the code to the safe? Ashtray looks very familiar. Code to the safe. And there was this. All right. So let's decide where we want to go next. We could ask her what she saw. We asked her what she saw on the night of the murder. Girlfriend, that seems not relevant. I don't know if we're still allowed to do those things. Could ask him about his visions. I think maybe it's time to ask her about her story of how that went. And we could look at the books. And what haven't we done here? Preliminary statements from witnesses. The criminal record of Subu, which I don't think is relevant. Preliminary statement. Let's do this one. Or preliminary witness statements. So they talked to Veronique, Brigitte, Shubu, and Lionel. It appears that around 3 a.m., a customer at the Royal Hotel came to get Lionel, who sleeps on a bench in a small room behind the front desk. The client complained that someone was playing loud music upstairs with no regard for the neighbors. Sitar music. Lionel immediately thought of Etienne. By the time he made his way upstairs, the music had stopped. Lionel and the guest decided to call it a night. 3:15 a.m. at Shiva House, Brigitte was awakened by Shubu's cries and went to his room. Lying in his bed, eyes wide, he explained his terrifying vision to her. Veronique soon joined them. Once Shubu's story had finished telling his tale, they decided to call the hotel. Nobody answered. Okay, so that's the hotel call they made. The three of them stayed in his room, decided to wait until 7 a.m. All right, so this is useless to us. All right, let me check in with the chat before we're making our next thing. James says, I think the vase theory is correct. Veronique only heard the one through the curtain. Brigitte sneaking back in, not the one in Shubu's room, which was done as cover. So one breaking glass sound, yes. And Tina says, who let Brigitte in through the stairs, or the marks were from some other time? Why couldn't she use her knife to get in? I thought that's what we heard. Yeah, she used a knife. Brigitte must have been dressed in some sort of disguise. There's not multiple people carrying people. Reason now for the eyewitness statements of a hairy person. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Why are they describing her as being a hairy person? I mean, she does have a lot of hair. But is she in some kind of disguise? Could we find that? Let's see if she'll cop to something. Let's ask her let's ask her story of what happened. Maybe in her room we can see signs of what she used as a disguise, a blanket or something. They did say hat or headdress. Maybe it's just her hat and... Okay, well. At first I thought it was Veronique groaning, but no, it was coming from the hall. It was 3:15 in the morning. I sighed and went to Shubu's room. His bedside lamp was on. He was in his bed with eyes wide. The room stank of marijuana. The day before, he told us he had bought a new kind of very strong weed from Ganja Paradise, a store on Freak Street. He even gave some to Etienne. He sat up awkwardly, and after asking for a drink, he clumsily broke his beautiful green vase. That's what woke Veronique up. This is too suspicious. She's like saying, "Oh yeah, that was the one." This confirms our theory about the two vases. She came into the room, and Shubu told us over and over about his awful vision. While I saw Veronica freaking out beside me, I thought a little coffee would help calm things down, but it didn't. We tried calling the Royal Hotel, but nobody answered. It's a miracle Veronique didn't break her fingers as she wrung her hands while we waited, but she was right, and so was Shubu, of course. Okay. So we didn't do 19 though, did we? Let's get the scene of the crime when the police first arrived. But we're now at 30. We've got 10 more cards before we have to make another guess. See if you can figure out where we would figure out Brigitte's disguise. I mean, there's her room. Is that her disguise? No, she wouldn't have had time to put it back. Or would she? Harry. You're looking for some sort of rug with hair on it or something. All right, let's see what the police saw when they walked in the door. We arrived on the scene around 8 a.m. The receptionist had immediately taken the appropriate actions. He swore that no one had contaminated the crime scene. The corpse lay on its bed, his final gaze fixed on the ceiling. The sheets were stained with the blood that had flowed from his many wounds. An ornamental knife lay on the ground. This was the murder weapon, according to Dr. Maharaj, the medical examiner, or one of the murder weapons, if several identical knives were used on the victim's body. A sitar lay on the carpet at the foot of the bed. A heavy marble ashtray set next to it on a coffee table. It contained several cigarette butts. Okay, so the heavy, large metal marble ashtray in the dream had been put up on the coffee table. It contained several cigarette butts. A small statue of the goddess Kali had a prominent place above the bed, and on a low-piece table sat a record player with an LP on it. One of the songs was Akaraga, which was the song identified by witnesses after we played it for them. In short, the crime scene was a perfect match for Shubu's vision. Okay. Let me count cards before we continue here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So we're actually 32. So we have 8 more before we have to make our next guesses. DJ Moneycat says, I thought the ashtray was supposed to be on the rug. Well, I think it was, and which might be a clue. Like, why did she pick it up off the rug and put it here, if she did? We don't know if that's what happened. Doesn't seem of too much importance, though. We have to figure out the safe code. James just says, I don't think she got every detail correct when she staged it based on her recollection of the vision. I think that makes sense. Now, what is the code to the safe? What is the code to the safe? Let's take a moment to try to think about the code to the safe and where we would get that. So it's the serial killer's code that he's using to store everyone's stolen stuff. And he's obsessed with this band, Shocking Blue. Jonathan says, DJ wants to compare cards. The ashtray in the room looks exactly like the one in Shubis's room. It does. It does look very similar. But I don't know how that helps us, though. But yeah, it looks very much like it. In fact, it almost looks like a bug. Like a bug in the game that they thought they were supposed to be drawing that one. Here are the three. So if you look at these three, this is supposed to be showing us what this one looks like, but really it looks like what this one looks like. They both look very similar though. So this is it feels like a bug. Like this is supposed to be what happens when we stare at this, but it's clearly closer matched to this. So I think that's just a bug. So now let's go back to our code idea. Now, it feels like it's a bit of cheating, but I can see the numbers around the box are 6-digit numbers, so I'm not going to study them any further. But I believe we're looking for a 6-digit number. Let's see some theories in the chat. Isara says, should we consider the possibility that the killer saw Shadowhand's mail? I don't see any nail tips in the Shadowhands. I don't think we should assume that the drawing is their real hands. The safe code card is weird because it's just when you think you have drawn the card, not it will be a 3-digit number. We could draw it now technically. Yes, but what if it says to only draw it when you think you know it? So I don't want to get caught out by something that says, hey, if you know it right now, you get it. Otherwise, you don't. We're told that he's obsessed. She says, and their song Akaraga, it's like an obsession. Song Venus in July 1969. So you could say that's 071969. If he liked Venus. Akaraga is September 1969. So you could imagine maybe he coded that by 091969. But the fact that there's two of them makes it seem like you wouldn't really know which one is which. You'd have to try them both, which seems to go against this idea. What does Akaraga mean? Does it mean anything? I don't think so. So if you had to guess the safe combination, you'd guess it was going to be based on Shocking Blue. something in his room. James, I think Jesse is right. The word should be possible, not impossible. Yeah, on that doctor statement, I think that's right. But that doesn't help us now. What would he have used as the code on his safe? I mean, At Home is a real album. Is it possible that we're meant to look up information about a real album? The rules said we needed the box for this case, didn't it? Maybe this is just an Easter egg and we're supposed to use something on the game box. Well, okay, so let me show you the box so you see what I mean by what's clearly on this box related to it. It certainly seems like these numbers are going to be the potential safe codes. Don't know how we're exactly supposed to use these, but I also don't know if it wants us to be looking at this now. So that's a weird thing. Well, what do we have left to do? Let's look at the books. Since I don't have something better. Should we look at Veronique's room? Okay, let's look at Veronique's room. That's card 5. She is the girlfriend. Maybe she's got some information. Draw the card that says you think you know how to solve the safe. Maybe we'll have a line that lines up with only one line of the border. The card says only draw it when you think you know the code. So I don't agree with that. But let's see if we get more clues. Let's run out of stuff to do first. She's got necklaces, guitar, music, blanket. How can they stand to live with such a lack of privacy? There's nothing but a curtain separating Veronique's room from Brigitte's. Examine the picture, examine the sheet music. All right, let's do these two. I think that was our third. These are over here somewhere. Okay, I'm going to look at the sheet music 6. Akaraga. This has got to be the code, right? Shocking Blue, again, is there only one hippie band on the planet? I think our dear Veronique was trying to show an interest in the same things as Etienne. This is going to be our code. So here's 6 things. C, E, F, E, F, G. 6 things for what I suspect is a 6-digit safe code. So how would you translate this into numbers? You'd need to translate these into digits, but are they single digits? C is a 3. E is a what? 5? Let's write this out if they are single digits. Okay. So 3, 5, 6, 5, 6, and then G is 7. So 35, 65, 67. Is this our code right here? 3, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7. 35, 65, 67. So is our safe code 35, 65, 67? I believe that's going to be the code. And then probably when we draw that card, it's going to say go to the box. I don't see that number on the side. That troubles me. But so before we do this, let's look at the picture on the table, and then we'll draw the safeguard code. Just in case she's got an additional clue. All right. Whoops. Sorry. Let's see. What is this? As Adele picks up the picture, Veronique enters the room. Is that him in the picture? Veronique looks at the photograph tenderly. Yeah, it was just 3 days ago. We were in Bridget's room. I'd asked him to take a picture of us with his Polaroid camera. It's probably the last picture of him alive. Nothing could have kept us apart. How could I have imagined that tragedy that would follow? Okay, look. So there's the vase with the flowers. 3 days ago. There's the vase with the flowers. And there's the plastic pitcher. So when she climbed in the window, it's exactly our theory. She knocked over her vase. It made the breaking sound. She panicked. She put the flowers in this, swept up the pieces, ran over to the room, knocked it over. Knocked over his vase to make it look like it. Okay, anything else we should spot about him? Not really. Okay, so that confirms our theory of the vase. Now let's find that safe card. When you think you found the right code, draw card 9. Okay, this is kind of exciting. I think probably now that we've got the safe code that we think we understand from the music, I think we should take a break. When we come back, we'll open the safe. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back 4 hours into Dream of Kathmandu, and I thought we had figured out the case based on this and this. Someone had an interesting point, though, that maybe I'm reading it too literally by reading this. The idea was, look at this, look at these two lines. There's the sitar line and the bass line. And This is a pattern. It's the same pattern here. Do you think that means that this isn't the sitar line? And that this is the sitar line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I think what we're meant to think is that this is the sitar line, this is the bass line, here's the sitar line and the bass line, and this is the part of the sitar line that's worth transcribing. Maybe that's his favorite part. Okay, so before we look up the safe, let me just catch up with the chat here. There's a discussion about whether he's suggestible. Jonathan's making an interesting point. So we were arguing about the point where we were told he's not suggestible, and I was thinking that's a bug, and it was DJ Moneycut, I think, who noticed that it said impossible to suggest it. And then later on, we were thinking, okay, that's a bug. But Jonathan is now saying, no, I think if you read it properly, what it's trying to say is that he's not suggestible, so it couldn't be a fake created memory. Sorry, it couldn't be that someone is planting a fake idea into his head. It either had to be his real dream or something he saw. Okay. Then I was saying, though, that's a good resolution, not a typo. But I was saying I liked all this. The only thing that I find a little weird is our theory is he told her the story, his dream, and she recreated it. And I was just saying, I believe it. That is my current theory, but I wish there was a better motive for that. It would make more sense if he had a dream. Like, let's say if he had his dream was that 2 men came in and killed him, and one was French and the other one was Norwegian. Then it makes sense that she's like, hey, this is a great idea. I'll stage it exactly like that. And people will think that it's a Frenchman and a Norwegian coming true like his vision. But it doesn't seem like recreating this vision really helps her that much to me. Doesn't really rule her out. So that's a little odd. Jonathan says, I guess she's just trying to create an odd, memorable story so she can establish a flimsy alibi. Harry says, actual solution is easier if Shubu really is a psychic. Then he sees the murder remotely. There was no need to carry him around town. And then why move him at all? Just leave him there to take the blame. That's fair. But then James is saying what I'm going to say, which is that's not our theory anymore. We don't think he was there. We think she recreated his dream. John says, no, I'm now in the camp saying the dreamer was always just at the rundown hotel. He had the vision earlier. He told the lawyer. She went and carried it out. I think that's right. I think that's right. Yeah, okay. So we're on the same page now, but unfortunately it means we're not going to get a perfect score here. Okay, let's do our safe. This is kind of exciting. Another new mechanic here. Draw card 9. Okay, here we go. Should we straighten up our play space? Okay. So there is our way we're opening the safe. Okay, drawing card 9. I should have recounted my clock, but I think we're basically there. Okay, here we go. Card 9. If you have chosen an incorrect code, add 1 card to the number of cards you have drawn. Okay, so we're going to line this up on the box, I guess. Choose the code you'd like to test among the 10 codes that are printed on the sides of the game box when it is open. Slide this card between the box and the plastic in the corresponding space, making sure to line up the yellow arrow on this card with the arrow on the code you have chosen. Check the result by following the line between this box and this card. Okay, so we line the arrow up. So if you look how this works, each number has a line space and an arrow space. So when we line this card up with the arrow and the line, then we're going to trace one of these lines, and it's either going to go here, meaning we pay a penalty, or here we get it correct. Okay, so choose the code you'd like to test and then do it. Okay, so 35, 65, 67 is what we think the code is, but I'm afraid I don't see that here. So let's see here. 35, 65, 67, and let's leave the possibility that he may have reversed it. 35, 65, 67, no. No. Take these out. Okay. Not there. Not there. And not here. So those choices are not available. So we're doing something wrong. Maybe we need to go back. Clearly this is the right idea, but maybe we need to go back to the idea that the chat had about the sitar line. So I just numbered them 3, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7. That's how I got that number. Do we think this isn't the sitar line? This is clearly the sitar. This is the sitar line, and this is the sitar line. Of course. You don't necessarily have to code a C into a 3 and E into a 5. What are other ways you could code it? You could code it by, not by line, doesn't make sense. We could try to come up with this, but I mean, we know these are E's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the other thing that's bothering me, that it's just 5. And why would we prefer this over this? I mean, you could say that this is the pattern, but just to be clear, I mean, I don't read much music, but this continues this. This is the sitar line, and so is this. This is the bass line, and it continues down here. So it makes sense that it's sitar line, but why would we choose this versus this versus this? And this is 6 notes, which makes sense that we have 6 digits in each code. Is it? should we just be thinking about order? 35, 65, 67. And let's look at these and see if any jump out to us as being close to 35, 65, 67. So the last two digits are 2 off. So let's just look for that. 23, 27. 43, 45. Okay, 43, 45 are 2 separated the same way 65, 67 are. So this would be my guess. Let's see. 31, 23, 6. Oh, here's our 65, 67. 65, 67. So the last 4 are right, but I got 35, 65, 67 instead of 55, 65, 67. So that is just off by 1 little digit. What do you make of that? So that seems an awfully big coincidence that this is exactly our code, except for the first digit is off. So our code is 35, 65, 67, and this is 55, 65, 67. Oh, that seems too close for comfort, but it could just be trying to trick us. Well, what do you think? I hate to get a penalty. The E that's on top is a bit weird. Well, you're right. The E that is on top is a little bit weird. But this is the one that's wrong. I'm inclined to try it, even though I don't understand why. Could be a trick. Any thoughts? Does the top of the lid have numbers too? Whoa, that would be a good idea. No, top doesn't have numbers, and the instructions clearly tell us that it wants us to put the card in there around the edge. I'd go with the one that mostly matches. I would too. But it's hard for me to imagine them making a mistake like that. All right, I'm going to try it. This would be a very odd thing to typo. Okay, we're going to try it here and see what happens. All right, here we go. We're going to slide this in until that arrow touches that. And then we're going to follow the line. It looks like we got it wrong. We did get it wrong. So this line goes up and goes here. So we got it wrong. Adding an extra card. I'm going to count my penalties and then we can figure out what is going on here. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're actually 36 plus 1 now penalty. I'm going to keep track of our penalties somewhere. All right, so what has gone wrong? Can you use the zoom cube so we can double check the line was wrong? I can't use the zoom cube, but I can do something just as good for you. Okay, so we can do it this way. So it's definitely wrong. But, boy, that's weird, huh? So unfortunately, our problem is it just trying to trick us into thinking this is not useful? It really seems like this is screaming to us that this is the... Well, what was our other double thing? Let me just look at our other double thing. Not our double thing, the thing I said that was off by 2. Okay, let's look at this one. 43, 45. 43, 45 is a little bit similar to 65, 67. They're off by 2. So subtract 2 from the first and 2 from the second gives us that. So if we subtracted 2 from this, we would get 23. Which is still not right. That's awfully weird. Like if you take these digits and you add 2 to each of them, you get 35, 65, 67. Oh, that's right. That's it. That's it. Yeah, okay, so if you take this and you add 2 to every digit, you get 35, 65, 67, which is our code. 35, 65, 67. So remember when I went around the first time, I said, let's look for doubles at the end that are 2 away from each other, 43, 45, because these are 65, 67. And now if you look at this, you can see that it's just our code, but -2 on every digit. So I think this is going to be our answer, is my guess. Let's try it. All right. Is that our code? It goes up, over, and straight through. Okay. So there it is. We had the right idea. We even had the right idea of how to find it. This one seems a little more logical than our first guess. Maybe we should have thought about it a little longer, considered our other option, but that's okay. We got close enough. All right, so take card 18. Now we're going to see proof that he's the serial killer is what I suspect. Or maybe even just proof that he killed that one guy, the relative. Is everyone happy with the solution to the code, how it was found, all that? So we took a 1 card penalty. That's not going to mess with us. All right, here we go. No, the whole chat has gone quiet. All right, here we go. Well, here's Etienne's treasure. Look at all these jewels. That's enough to live on Easy Street for quite a while. Along with the drugs, sedatives, glue, razor blades, ink pads. Take a look at these passports. Okay. So look what's happened. That's our killer, and he has stolen the passports and is using them to create fake passports for himself. So here's one passport under the name of Paul Martin, which proves he killed Paul Martin, took his passport, and is using it as a fake ID. And here he's taken the fake ID. He's taken the real passport of Jacques Rousseau, and he's using it to create a fake passport for himself. The razor blades and glue and ink pads are for creating fake passports. So we now have got evidence that he killed Jacques Rousseau and Paul Martin. So it's what we thought. We now can prove he's the serial killer. He killed them, and this is how he created his alibi, probably for this, right? He entered France and returned on August 31st. So he probably entered France and then used a fake passport to come home and kill the guy. Alibi for Francois Charles, because he was killed on July 21st. I'm a little confused why he has an alibi if he entered France. Is a watertight alibi. He entered, sorry, I apologize for, it's hard to read that no matter what. I'm not sure why this gives him an alibi. But clearly, because he has all these fake passports, he could be flying in and out of anywhere, and he wouldn't show up on this. So, all right. So we are allowed 3 more leads before we have to guess again. I think we're fairly confident about what happened. So the question is there some place you'd like to go? I guess well, there were things we could ask people about. Should we see if there's anything we want to ask people about? We still don't know what she wore as her costume to avoid detection, and everyone said she was hairy, but maybe it just means her hair. All right, well, for the fun of it, we still got some of these cards we can do and show to people. So we could ask Bridget if she's going to admit that that's her brother. We could, I think we did ask her about this already. Let me just make sure. Yeah, we already did that. We could ask her if that's her brother. We could look at the books in Shibu's room. We could ask this guy if he believes the vision. We could ask her about being the girlfriend. We could confront these people for the hell of it. We could ask more about his visions. We did this already. Oh, but we could ask him. Let's ask her about her brother. And then let's ask Shibu about his visions. All right, I'm going to ask about her brother. No, let's pause. We want to find out how she disguised herself. How can we do that? Let's look at the books. 32. Maybe something is going to give her an idea. Is it possible she wore this carpet? Oh, the goddess Kali. Shubu Shamrel seems to be reading a book about this bloodthirsty goddess. Goddess of preservation, transformation, and particularly of destruction, Kali represents the destructive power of time, which destroys everything. She sticks out her tongue and has wild eyes. She often has 4 arms that represent the points of the compass. She's seen as the force that destroys evil spirits, just as her actions, however cruel, are never random. Her victims are never innocent. The evil creatures of this world have every reason to fear her. Perverse assassins, however, clever they may be, can use all of their tricks to try and escape her, but she will inevitably find them and destroy them. Okay. So this is how our Brigitte saw herself, as the goddess Kali, killing people, getting her revenge. Okay. Doesn't really help us, though. But we might as well talk to her as much as possible. Where is our girl? All right, let's ask her about her brother and see if she comes clean. 25. That's this. 2 more left. If you've got any other ideas. John says, I guess I'm leaning towards her not having a disguise, just her hair. I think that's possible. What card matches the number on Shubu's card? I think everyone has the same position number. So we could basically ask any of them about these people. So we think they're all going to say, I don't know them. Or this guy might say, that guy was here years ago and he got killed. But this is the one that I think has the best chance of getting her to crack. Any discussion with our suspect is worth having. Nope, never met those 3 people, but I haven't been here long. Are you sure you don't recognize anyone? Visibly shaken, Veronique replies, maybe the girl. I must have met her somewhere on one of my trips, but it's kind of vague. That's why I didn't want to tell you about it. Of course, Miss Lavoie. Of course. Yeah, well, we've caught her lying, but that doesn't really help us. Okay, it is weird that multiple people said a hairy person. Well, I mean, I agree. Look at this. You sure she's not wearing this? You sure she didn't pick up this rug from his floor and use it as her disguise? I mean, well, I don't think we have any indication of what she was using as a disguise, if anything. But maybe it's not important, or it's not something we can discover. I suppose if you wanted to guess something, you could look in her room. That would be the most obvious. Or she got something from his closet. But This is what we would be looking for. Something in this room that she would have taken as a disguise. This rug right here. What about that? What if she took her rug? Where's our photo that was taken in her room? That might give us a clue about something that was moved. We noticed the vase, but maybe there's something else to notice. So everything looks the same here, though. Like I see the fabric here is behind. The fabric on the table is still there. You can't see the rug, though. And this is the separator between the rooms, so no one could have taken that. Anna says, what did she do with her bloody clothes, bloody hand, the knife? James says, suspects can sometimes just let you make leaps, so while I'd like something to say the rug looks like it's been moved, it might not exist. I agree. John said, that's a fair point about seeming like there should be blood on her, and I think she left the knife at the crime scene. Yes, she left the knife at the crime scene. Is there anything on the map we haven't done? I don't think so. I think we went to all the places on the map. We talked to this guy. We talked to that. We went in the 3 rooms. We went on Freak Street and we talked to the 3 people. I believe we've done everything. And then each of these people could be asked about these. I suppose I'm inclined to ask the doorman if he recognizes any of these. He might recognize one of these people from a previous visit. Let's see what he says. Yeah, of course, all these people stayed here at the Royal Hotel. How could I forget them? The cops questioned me many times about them, but I think I see what you're getting at. Did Etienne have anything to do with their disappearance, or even me? Well, I'll tell it to you straight. These suspicions are completely preposterous. Etienne was a nice guy, super social. Do you seriously think a well-educated man with a passion for music like him could be involved in such atrocities? As for me, nothing I can tell you will change your mind about me, will it? Okay, useless. All right, well, we're done. We have to make our next guess after 40 cards. So the only thing that I guess I'm changing here is we still think Brigitte did it alone. It was still revenge for her brother. So we're changing this answer. We said he was there. We're actually saying now he had an independent vision. And then how did the murderer do it? She recreated the vision. Right? That's our theory. And then she entered and exit from the fire escape. And then she biked home. And then she broke the vase was her other thing. Lots of little details here. All right. Are we all agreed on all of these final answers? This is the first case we've played where I feel like we don't need to see any more cards at all. Jonathan agrees with those answers. Okay, so I'm going to put this here. We've got a bunch more cards. Mostly it's asking people. I'm just going to go through a bunch of them until someone comes up. What does he feel about the visions? Maybe this will give us a motive. If this guy's like, I believe all visions, then In all my years, I've never seen anything like it. A guy witnesses a crime in his dreams as it actually happened and practically at the same time, and he claims the goddess Kali is the killer. Seriously, this isn't the first time something like this has happened with Shubu, and his drug-induced ramblings have already predicted all kinds of incidents. I obviously thought that somebody suggested the dream to him afterwards, but the doctor confirmed it was completely impossible. His opinion on this is clear. Given Shubu's state, it would have been impossible to plant such a clear picture in his mind and to make him think he dreamed it, especially so soon after the murder. That can't be. Besides, he was so high on whiskey and marijuana that he wouldn't have been able to move between midnight and 4 a.m. unless he had an accomplice execute Etienne Vernes. But then why would he have faked a vision that points to him? Sure, the crime scene was a perfect match to his vision, but it must be stressed that all the things he described, the furniture, the knife, the sitar, the record player, would have been known to anyone that was close to Etienne. Okay, not much information. We haven't done the criminal record of Shubu, so I think we should probably do that. 36. And this, oh, yeah, 36. Okay. Nepalese, 25 years old, born in Kathmandu, single, no profession except selling marijuana to tourists. Rents a room at the Shiva House, a rundown guest house off Freak Street. The Shiva House is mainly occupied by European hippies, to whom Shubu provides access to artificial paradises and sometimes acts as a guide. He sells his visionary powers, though they're likely more fictitious than real. Among other things, had visions of a fire and a robbery that subsequently took place. His casual and natural style is attractive to women, especially tourists. Okay, well, that doesn't really help us. All right, looking at our remaining cards, we've got this guy, which we're choosing to discard without reading because that's what this said. Will not count towards your score at the end of the game. And you'll score 2 extra points. We're going to get 2 bonus points for throwing that out. Okay, and then we've got these, which I guess we're allowed to do. If we're not allowed to do them, we don't even draw them. There's no explanation for that, huh? A little strange. You have just written down. Draw the cards that you will directly provoke. I don't think we even need this, so I'm going to not even bother to read these. So I'm going to throw these out. 48, I'm going to say we don't have access to. 11, we don't have access to. We did 49, and 14 we don't have access to. I'm going to throw these cards out and say that we were only allowed to do one of them. The rule is not clear at all, but that's what we're going to do. Then we have 4 cards left. Most of them are asking about, or some of them are asking about this. So let's just do that. Let's ask Veronique about these people. She says, have I ever seen these people? No, I don't think so. Wait, yes, the last one maybe. That's Jacques Rousseau. I feel like I've seen him before, maybe at the bar of the Royal Hotel, but I'm not really sure. I can't swear to it in any case. I've never seen the other two, but you know, Etienne knew a lot of people. Okay. We can ask Shamrel. This might help us prove if Shamrel was involved in any of these. He blanches. I don't remember the young woman, but I do remember the other two, especially the last one, Jacques Rousseau. Last month, I went out drinking with him and Etienne. Then the 3 of us went for a drive. Commissioner Kim questioned us a few days after Rousseau's disappearance. He suggested that we were murderers and that we had killed him that night, but the joke's on those cops. This Rousseau was still alive a week later since he flew to Thailand. That's because he flew to Thailand because our killer was using his passport. But it does make this guy seem less an accomplice. Anna says, what if Brigitte didn't hear his vision beforehand just when she came back and was afraid Shubu really saw her killing the guy and that's why she was asking details? I guess. Okay, so we've got two more cards. We can ask him about, we can ask him about his visions. That's card 2. So let's do that. It's true I've got a sort of gift, but believe me, I wish I didn't. But marijuana allows me to reach the level of awareness I need to free my mind. And the stranger the weed, the clearer my visions are. When the doors of perception are open wide enough, I see things that are happening in other places, or that are going to happen. It's probably because of the ganja I bought at Ganja Paradise and on Freak Street that I had such a powerful vision. I kind of feel a little bit responsible for Etienne's death. I don't know who could have done this. Maybe it was one of those damn gem dealers. Shubru turns red and beads of sweat appear in his forehead. Smugglers, or even Goddess Kali herself. They say she comes to destroy bad people. If I were you, I'd watch out. Nonsense. Besides, it's not right to joke around with stuff like that. Okay. And then there's one more card we're missing. And it's about when we ask her if she is the girlfriend. Veronique. She said, we say, you were Etienne's girlfriend, weren't you? She says, well, Etienne and I were meant for each other. I came to Nepal looking for inner peace, and I found Etienne, my soulmate. We had so much in common, starting with music. Watching me play got him interested too, but he wanted to learn the sitar instead of the guitar because of that song he loved that he was always listening to, Akaraga by Shocking Blue. It's one of the 10 albums he brought back from his trip to Paris last summer. Neville was surprised. 10 albums? That's rather specific. You've got an excellent memory, young lady. Veronique answers with a smile. Oh, it's nothing special. He keeps those 10 albums in a fancy box next to his record player. There were no other records at his place. He learned to play the sitar real fast. Thanks to me, he always said he didn't know a thing, so I taught him how to read music 1 for C, 2 for D. It's easier than reading sheet music. So this is the clue that tells you to turn a C into a 1. That's kind of odd. But we had already solved that. Okay, so we're done. We've got our final answer. Does anyone want to change any answers that you've written down so far? Brigitte killed him alone. The motive was revenge for the brother. How do you explain his vision? We originally said he was there. Now we said it was a independent vision. I'm just going to say real, unrelated vision, but however you want to say it, he had a vision. Then how did the murderer do it? She came in with the fire escape with a knife. We said that at the same time, but now we're saying she recreated the vision after he told her about it. She entered and exited through the fire escape. That means she must have brought her knife, then killed him with the knife, then biked home. On her way back into her house, she knocked over her vase, and then she had to break the green vase to cover up the sound. It's not 100% clear why she wanted this guy to wake up and remember his vision, though. She thought it was going to be an alibi. Somehow she thought him having the vision would be her alibi. I'm not sure 100% why. Okay, everyone should get on the record, write down separately your theory. Does anyone have a different answer to any of those questions? There's a little bit of muttering in the chat, a little bit of grousing, disgruntlement. Sarah says, I agree. Anna agrees, but in a disgruntled way. If you look behind me here, you'll see a new game arrived called the Funny Pages. We're told by Stacy, who's on the Discord often, has played so many of these games. I believe it was Stacy. That they're very hard. It's a big, heavy box. It's cartoon-based. It reminded me a little bit of Mr. Hinks, but we're told that they can be very hard. So maybe we wouldn't try to play it in one session, but maybe we'll play one every once in a while. Maybe even this weekend we might have a short session and play one. Okay. DJ Moneycut says no different answers, but I'm still unsure about number 3, about the vision. Okay. Well, let us read the answer. We were ready to arrest Brigitte from day one. Joe J. Anderson agrees. Anna agrees. Okay, here we go. And then maybe when we're done, we'll read the vision card that we didn't take. All right, here's our solution. Do not open until you've completed the investigation. I'll just mark it here. Remember that when we finish this, I'll want your thoughts on it, where you would rank it. Do you agree with the difficulty level rankings? All right, here we go. YouTube says 10 concurrent viewers and 10 likes, and we've been playing for 5 hours. Who killed Etienne Vernes? It's possible to imagine the killer had an accomplice, which would have made their job much easier, it must be said, but this is not the case. The murderer acted alone from start to finish and is none other than Brigitte Lavoie's sweet face, hiding behind the mask. She is Paul Martin's twin sister. They are both Canadian, born on the same day and in the same place, which cannot be a coincidence. Furthermore, should be noted that Brigitte's maiden name is Martin, as indicated in her passport. This leaves little room for doubt. We agree with that. What is the motive for the crime? Having heard of the suspicions weighing on Etienne Vernes with regard to the missing persons in Kathmandu, Brigitte dropped everything to go to Kathmandu, determined to avenge her brother Paul, who had been savagely murdered. It wasn't long before she, like Commissioner Kim, became certain that Etienne was the murderer. To be sure of this, you needed to discover the combination to Etienne's safe. To decipher the code, you needed to substitute numbers for notes in the main melody of Akaraga on the sheet music, with 1 for C, etc., to get the code. Discovering the victims' passports with their pictures replaced by Etienne spells out his sinister strategy clearly. His aim was to rob his victims, doctor their passports in order to cash their traveler's checks, as well as to avoid suspicion by traveling under their identities after their murder. In this way, Etienne was able to create an alibi by traveling to Bangkok in mid-October under the identity of Jacques Rousseau, who had disappeared a week earlier at the Royal Hotel, after he had been seen drunk and driven away in a car with Etienne and Shubu. From this, we can also conclude that Shubu was most likely Etienne's accomplice in this sinister series of murders. We weren't so sure. He may even have been the person who murdered Francois Charles in mid-August while Etienne was in Paris for an entire month. But our professional counterfeiter could also very well have made a short round-trip visit to Kathmandu using one of his fake passports. That's what I assumed. Another piece of evidence confirms that Etienne traveled wherever he liked under false identities. Customs records indicate that Etienne did not leave Nepal after his return from Paris on August 31st. However, one of the 10 records he claimed to have brought back from his last trip to Paris, according to Veronique, the album At Home by Shocking Blue, was only released at the end of September. Etienne must have returned to Europe in the meantime. But now let us return to Brigitte's revenge. After concluding with certainty that Etienne was indeed the hippie killer and thus her brother's murderer, she decided to take action. At this point, she had no specific plan, but the goddess Kali, who appeared in Shubu's dreams and consciousness, offered her a fantastic opportunity. She knew that Etienne had taken the same drugs as Shubu and that he would be in the same state as his friend, unable to defend himself. This potential vulnerability is what made up her mind. It was the perfect time to strike. She may never have had an opportunity like this again. How do you explain the mystery of Shubu's vision? First of all, it's important to understand that Shubu's nightmare was real, not faked. Shubu was probably influenced by the reading he was doing at the time. Etienne's love for the song Akaraga, the configuration of his friend's room, and his drug use. If this dream was a premonition at all, it is only because Brigitte made an effort to turn it into reality. In terms of timing, Brigitte first became aware of the dream, then murdered Etienne Vernes. At first glance, this seems impossible for two reasons. One, the dream and the murder took place at nearly the same time, and Brigitte stayed with Veronique and Shubu until the body was discovered. But again, that's without considering the goddess Kali, who, as we all know, is also the goddess of time. We should start by basing our reasoning on the solidly established facts, namely that the murderer left the Royal Hotel at 3 a.m. The timeline of the events that led up to this fact is the following. Brigitte, after donning a black coat and large scarf on her head, entered the Royal Hotel by forcing the door to the fire escape. She killed Etienne easily as he was practically unconscious following his consummation of large quantities of marijuana. Then she turned on the record player, playing that haunting sitar melody to wake up the neighbors. After that, she retraced her footsteps to escape, then jumped on her bicycle, returning to her room at the Shiva house at approximately 3:10 a.m. It takes about half an hour to walk from one hotel to another. That was a very key thing that we figured out. DJ Moneycut figured out. The only question left is how Brigitte could have already known the details of Shubu's vision in order to stage the murder to be a perfect match when this vision supposedly took place at 3:15 a.m. For this to happen, Shubu's nightmare had to have taken place earlier, well before the murder, perhaps around 1:30 a.m. This is suggested in card 40 when Veronique says that she was awakened once by Shubu before going back to sleep. We figured this out. But at 1:30 a.m., Brigitte, who was closer to Shubu's room than Veronica, got up to go check on him. Yes, we figured all this out. Everything took place as described by Shubu in card 46. Namely, he asked Brigitte for a drink after describing his nightmare. After that, he knocked over the green vase as he reached for the glass of whiskey that Brigitte handed him. This was the only thing to drink in his room. This is weird. So at 1:30, I see. We're meant to think that the green thing broke early and no one heard it. Okay. This was the only thing to drink in his room. There was dry. There was no water. Maybe we should have figured that out, that there was no water in that vase. But we just assumed the water evaporated years ago. It was too much for me, passed out from the alcohol. Then I can't remember. It's all a blur. I think our theory is better. This is when Brigitte realized she had an incredible opportunity to exact her revenge, one worthy of Kali herself, like the nightmare described by the idiot who had just fallen asleep in front of her. A perfect plan, divinely inspired, she had no doubt. A plan that would not only give her a perfect alibi, but also make Shubu look very suspicious. And it would serve him right, as he was most likely Etienne's accomplice. Judging by Shubu's condition, she estimated he had more than an hour. She had more than an hour, which would be enough time for a cold-blooded and motivated person like her. She went to the Royal Hotel and killed Etienne as explained above. She returned at about 3:10 a.m. What followed was perhaps the trickiest part of the whole thing for her. She had to wake Shubu up, make him think he had just finished telling her about his dream, Before that, she also needed to wake Veronique up so that she would be a witness to Brigitte's alibi. Brigitte removed the fake flowers from the psychedelic red vase in her room, placed them in the clear plastic jug, and noisily smashed her red vase. She got rid of the shattered vase later, but she left one fragment under the chair. She hurried to Shubu's room and slapped him to wake him up, scolding him for breaking the green vase, as if it had just happened. I was awakened from my sleep by a slap in the face, said Shubu. It's a nap that actually lasted almost an hour and a half. It was now 3:15 a.m. Veronique rushed in to join them. Brigitte begged Shubu to repeat his vision as if it had just happened, and Veronique and Shubu fell for it, ready to swear to it under oath. That's all there was to it. Okay, so what was our score? We can talk about those things in a second. Let me just get our score out here. So we got the first question right for 5 points. We got the second question right in the beginning for 5 points. Then this question we got wrong at the second stage, so that's 4 points. And then everything else we got right at the second stage, 4 points. Those are our 4 questions, plus a bonus of 2 for not taking the hint. So 5, 10, 15, 20. So we actually got a perfect score because we didn't take the hint. Between 10 and 20 points, Commissioner Kim is amazed by your incredible talent. He admits that he could never have solved the case. He thanks you on behalf of the Kingdom of Nepal. And then here we go. Remember we were saying about the movie? The character of Etienne Verns is loosely inspired by Charles Sobrage, known as the Serpent. To learn more about this story here. Okay, so before we give our thoughts, let's just make a note of the things that were slightly different. So the theory here is not that she knocked over her vase climbing back in and then had to pretend something else broke it. It's that she broke her vase loudly to pretend that he had just broken his green vase waking up. That seems a little pointless. But I guess the other thing, yeah, that seems pointless to me. But I suppose the thing that is worth spending a moment on is why she thought this would be a good alibi, because we were wondering about that. First of all, it said she liked the idea. Like when he told her the thing about Kali getting revenge, that appealed to her. So that was one motivation. Second motivation is she thought it would cast some suspicion on this guy since he predicted the murder. But then the last part, I guess, that we sort of overlooked is that she was very keen to make it look like he had just woken up with this vision. And we were saying she doesn't really have an alibi because she doesn't have a timeline alibi because she could have gotten back to the place in 15 minutes. But I guess the theory is that it's not so much she has a timeline alibi from the 3 a.m. to the 3:15. It's more that if the first time anyone heard this story was at 3:15, then she couldn't have recreated it. So I guess that's the logic of it. Okay, let's see what the... let's take a 3-minute break. A very short 3-minute break. Then we'll come back and talk about our thoughts on the case. So see you in 3 minutes. Okay, final thoughts here on the third and final case in the third suspects box, Adele and Neville, investigative reporters. What did you all think of it? Where would it rank in this box? Let's start at the backside of it in terms of difficulty. It didn't really feel more difficult than the previous cases to me. Although I suppose the safe code had a little bit of an element. And then we had we could have smoked the drugs to get a vision. Let's see what would have happened if we did that. Neville, wake up, wake up. Neville doesn't react. It's time to do things the hard way. She slaps him awake. I took a puff of this weed a minute ago. You've lost track of time completely. You were asleep for almost an hour. You mean you didn't even realize that? So what did you see? Well, not much. That's any good to us. Bright colors, people laughing. But honestly, Adele, did you think the solution to this riddle was going to be magically appear just by smoking ganja? Okay, so really, there was nothing information here except that he lost track of time. And then if you ask these people, if you try to tell them you suspect them, they say, how dare you? All right, not important. So I'm not sure this was any harder. As was pointed out, this thing here seemed like just a complete gimmick. Was it a complete gimmick? It was a way of having 8 wrong answers that would penalize you. Oh, we should have subtracted one. Well, it doesn't really say to subtract a point, just a card. So that was a little weird. I guess I would put this in the same medium difficulty as the last one. If I were to rank these cases, I would still say Mysterio Lane was my favorite by far. Probably this one, number 2, and the Candy one, number 1. This did have some clever elements to it. The one where we were debating, we were trying to make sense of how the vision could match up with the murder. And we did have the wrong guess initially, but we were pulled in different directions with that, and I think we finally did come to the right conclusion. And there were some subtle things that were picked up by the group. One was the 30-minute thing. The other one was the safe code, and then the broken vase, even though the game had a different idea about that than we did. I don't love when they make these games based on real life story or movie, because then it feels like if you know that, you have an unfair advantage. So I didn't love that. But I did like the fact that we sort of, Jonathan had the first idea to focus on Bridget and what her background was. And I liked that when we started pulling that thread, we were like, this is it. We're onto something. We could sniff it like a bloodhound that Brigitte was up to something. And we pulled that thread. And because we were smart about locking onto that bloodhound scent and pulling that thread, to mix metaphors, because of that, we were able to go deep on that thread enough to come up with good answers early. And that's kind of what you want in this game. You want smart detectiving to give you the important leads early. And so I do feel like that worked here. And it was pretty satisfying to suspect Brigitte of something and then track it down. And I'll tell you what was another cool part. So one of the questions was motive, and very early on, we're like, Brigitte did it. And it was a nice, clever idea to be told that this guy is dealing with gems. Because about a third of the way through, we thought, okay, a good motive is robbery. And we very much suspected Bridget. And I thought initially, okay, Bridget has robbed him. Maybe she's traveling all around Europe robbing people. But a very cool moment came in with the 12 stabs. And we all agreed, that's kind of a murder of passion, 12 stabs. So how do we, if this really is a murder of passion, then then it's not about robbery. And if it's not about robbery, then what is her motive? And right about at that moment, it clicked in, she's getting revenge on these missing, she's a relative of one of the missing people. It was sort of a couple of us clicked onto it, the same idea at the same time. And then we followed that lead and it turned out to be 100% accurate. So that was pretty cool. DJ Moneycut says, the last two cases both had victims who were actually villains. Yes, I guess that's right. Let's see. Jonathan says, I do agree that this idea of it being an alibi they all share with casting suspicion on Shubu doesn't really make sense. Seems to me like it would make the police think they're all lying, I guess. And it's just still, this box is better than the first two. I'm glad I didn't buy it, though. Still not a fan of this game. Jonathan says, I think this is the best box for a general audience, although if you really enjoy the not being certain till the end from the first two boxes, you might be disappointed. For sure, this is my favorite box of the three by a wide margin. Jonathan says, I think this is the best box. Isara says, my favorite thing about this case was questioning reality and perhaps unreality and how they parallel each other. Did not feel harder, but more interpretive and questioning belief. I think I agree with that. I do like that that there was no supernatural here. That would have been disappointing. And that we did make sense of the vision. I'm okay with the solution to this. We've played Suspects games where I thought the solution was too ridiculous. This one felt reasonable enough. There's a whole bunch of things that made her want to do this murder the way it was described, but one of them was psychological. She just felt revenge, Kali, that's the goddess Kali made sense to her. And I would not say I don't like this series anymore. I would say on balance, the first two Suspects boxes I didn't like. I think I had a really good time with this box. And I would recommend this box now. I would recommend this box certainly over the other two, but I don't think I would recommend the other two. This one felt much more of a complete, total experience that was positive. I feel like you could get the right answers. You will be challenged to figure out some subtle details. They are satisfying. Case 2 was especially good. And case 2 and 3 both had moments that we were sort of questioning alternative theories. George Anderson says, as I wrote at the start, I suspected the three or one of them from the beginning, but mostly as I didn't think the visions are real, that was because they knew about it. Perhaps the wrong way of going about it. Yeah, that's all fine, but figuring out which one of them and why and how was good. There are some quibbles. I think it is odd that we got these weird descriptions of them with 4 arms, and it seemed like we should have evidence about the disguise, but that really wasn't an issue. But that's just the way Suspects does these cases. They make them a little more difficult. They calibrate the difficultness by introducing facts that you can't really have known. You can't really figure out if she was in disguise or why. So does everyone, where would you rank this case among the 3 in this box? Mysteria Lane, the Candy Love, and Kathmandu Dreams. For me, it's Mysteria Lane at the top by a wide margin. or maybe evenly spaced. Mysteria Lane, Dreams of Kathmandu, and then Candy Love at the bottom. Candy Love case was fine, just not as interesting set of deductions to figure out. And I do like that they're trying new mechanics here. Overall, a very positive experience with this box, I think. Anna doesn't feel quite as positively. Anna says, I guess my problem with this system, if you want to guess after 25 cards, you need to disregard normal detective logic, not examine the crime scene witnesses, but going after hunches early, hoping they'll pay off. Jonathan agrees with my ranking. James says, I enjoyed all three, but this was my least favorite of the three. Interesting. DJ Moneycut says, Mysteria 1, Candy Love 3, only because of the silliness. I think the one point, I don't really agree with Anna's comments. I do think it's very hard to make these games where I like the idea. I think it's a very clever idea to try to make you guess early. And I do think that the cases we played seem to reward us for being smart about where we go early. Where I would sort of agree with Anna is that it does seem to me like your group could have an experience where you went down different leads in the beginning for reasonable reasons and then missed out on getting the top score through no real fault of your own. I'm not sure that you could use logic purely to go to the good leads first, but I do think it's a little bit of intuition and a little bit of cleverness. I do think you're sort of stumbling on in the dark, and then you get rewarded for being resilient, relentless about tracking down certain people and focusing on answering the questions. So I think I disagree with that. I think the system works. I think this box proves that the system can be a good system. And I'm pretty impressed that they've stuck with it. The art is top notch, says Antina. I agree with that. The art in this case is maybe in this box is maybe the best art of all of the art in the system. Antina says, I like the other two boxes. Sometimes being uncertain brings more discussion, memorable play, although it may get frustrating if it's not your theory. DJ Moneycut says, criticism is that the cool discoveries happen at the beginning and then it tails off. Well, I think this is a little bit that, and it says, I didn't say it didn't work, just I don't like it. That's fair enough. I think this was Jonathan's criticism as well, in terms of in the other cases, in the other boxes, we were left longer being unsure of details. And you could make the case that these three cases were easier as a whole. They were easier as a set than our second box of cases, which were more challenging to come up with theories. I think that might be true. I think you could say that, look, box 2, maybe even box 1, had cases that didn't wrap up well. That didn't convincingly have a case with solutions. So that led to endings that were less satisfying, but more compelling middles, more compelling journeys where we were discussing perplexing facts right up until the end. Whereas all of the cases in this box, when we got our head around the facts, they were consistent to the end. So we had less of a journey that was mysterious, more things clicking into place. I think that's, James says it here, they were easier because they were more logical. I think that's fair. That's a fair. So maybe you got a choice. Do you want a more logical set of cases? Then you go for this box. If you want a more unrealistic solutions, but more of a perplexing journey, then you go for box 2. John says, I mentioned it earlier, but I find the paradox of recreating the vision, making it a true vision, all along the most interesting part. I just wish you grappled more with the philosophy during the case. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed my time with this box. We spent 5.5 hours on this case. All of the cases in the box require that you take them seriously. I do like the system. There's something charming about it. There's something enjoyable about the process, how streamlined it is to play. We take notes, but I don't think we really needed to take any notes, which is saying something for this kind of game. I would happily play more of these. I think they've got a good system. It's a little expensive for what you get. Maybe better to wait for these to come on sale. But if you're getting 3 hours a case and it requires deep thought, I'm a fan. I guess I'm coming around. I have a much more positive view of Suspects after this third box than I did on the first 2 boxes. I definitely think this is a good place to start this box. All right. Thank you for joining me. On Sunday, we will play the third letter of Dear Holmes. If you want to help decide what other games we play and when, stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link on the About page of the YouTube. There's a Game Queue thread where we discuss and plan and schedule games. The Discord as well. If you're interested in playing my first finished case for High and Low, which you see behind me in digital form, stop by the Discord. I'll give you a link to that. I'd like to hear your feedback. It's possible that I will try to play that on the stream. Obviously, I can't play it and help participate in it, but I'm kind of curious how bad an experience it will be if I just sort of run it while the audience makes decisions. My gut tells me that won't really work, but I'm inclined to try it as an experiment. Jonathan was suggesting that we try the new Razorhearst soon. We're just waiting for John Keane to give us the green light on that. I might be up for opening this box of funny pages just to see what it's like maybe this weekend. And maybe this coming week we'll try to carve out some time to do a longer game. We could try on Circus Grounds. We could try the Medusa Report. Post on the Game Queue thread and let me know what you'd like to see us play. There's even a voting page that someone created, Water, that you could vote on it to let me know what games you like to play most. Thanks again for joining me. I wouldn't have it any other way. Playing these games with this group is always a blast. And I'll see you all next time.